doing? Let me just double triple check. Okay, I think audio's good. Microphone seems to be good. I think we're good. Hello, everyone. Let me go ahead and get those names. Let's see. We have Jujux on Twitch's side of things. We also have Jake Sandwich. We also have Sanapa. Check. Rox. Was it Roxred or Roxred? I can never remember, but welcome in. We also have here Hello, Agigo, and I believe that's it. So welcome on Twitch's side of things. And then on YouTube, we have Mohammed. I think that's it. So welcome in. And was it Loradius? I believe. You could correct me again. It's gonna take me a second to remember and get better at it, but I assure you keep coming back. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'm sure someday. How are you all doing, though? Yesterday, stream had to be canceled. I wasn't feeling the best, but I'm feeling much better now. I hope you're all feeling good, too. Technically, for some people, this is the start of the week. For other people, this is the end of the week. I consider it the end of the week since it is... Well, I consider Mondays now my beginning of the week, and then Saturday's the end of the week since it's kind of been slid over a little bit schedule-wise, and the like button not working. Oh, that's no good, Mohammed. I appreciate you liking it in spirit at the very least, so thank you. And let's see. I believe in you. Thank you. And you, not feeling the best? I just cannot believe that. I can't imagine it. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I stream, because it's a thing of, if I need to cancel, then I can cancel. But if I'm able and willing being able to, then I can. It makes it not pressury in the sense of if I'm able to, I can, but it's not like an official business job where if you don't show up enough times and say you bring you into the office, have us down, so you're fired. Don't gotta worry about that unless Bobby starts getting ideas. Hi, Rodrigo. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And how Saratzis? Is it? Maybe. welcome into you as well. Hi, boss. Hi, chat. I know, boss. Just because I mimicked the boss. I know. We are all equal footing here, except for me being royalty. That's the only difference here. But hola, how are you? I'm doing much better, Rodrigo. Thank you. Yeah, I'm feeling much better now. I'm super duper excited too. Animation's that type of subject where there's so much to do that you never learn so much in. But you sometimes wear a suit. You know what? I'll give you that one. Business. I can see it indeed, Ethan. And hi, Frost. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And if Bobby has his first ever idea, we're all doomed. We are. Good news is, I believe that's never going to happen. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Yes. We might be in a little bit of trouble. Oh boy. Hi. Hello. Hi. Hello. I hope you're all doing well that one's lovely Sunday. I know last time when I did a vote, Sundays tended to be the least wanted day out of the week, but I still appreciate you all for coming here despite it being the least liked. And that just means next week when we do a more, it'll be one of the more liked ones. So that should hopefully be a lot of fun. Let's see. And I do that too. Lovely. Let me get some water. The thing is, whenever I prep for stream, I think to myself, I've got enough time. It's like the Incredibles and then looking at his watch for his wedding day. I never have enough time. I think to myself, yes, I need an hour to prep. Yes, hour 30 minutes. Yes, 2 hours. It never ends. And then 10 seconds before stream starts, I get an idea. And I start scrambling around. Oh boy. And I watch Twitch streams for fun, so here we are. Sunday fun day? Yeah. I used to loathe Sundays because they meant going into Monday. But you know what? In my more recent years, I've realized Sunday is a good thing. Oh boy, relatable content. I am the train. In that case, then, why don't we all go to the planning screen, why don't we? Let me make sure I click that guy there, and that guy's good to go. Toggle that guy off, and transition! We should be good to go. And don't let your Monday ruin your Sunday. It used to be my Sundays ruining my Mondays. The good news is, though, I usually try to take Mondays as rest days, since streaming back to back is what do you call it, a blaze, a blitz? Something of that, where it's like a marathon. It's like a marathon. Yeah, that's it. There we are. And then you delay the stream because of technical issues. Problem solved. Nah, I have integrity. Thank you very much. The good news is, though, a lot of the time, I use a lot of content I don't think I'm going to use. Or no, I don't use a lot of the prepping. And if any of you played D&D or been a DM before, you'll know you'll prep 100% of something, and then the players only end up using 30%. So in most cases, I can just reuse, recycle, or as a last-ditch effort, I could also say, hey, we're just gonna play a game today since I couldn't prep in time. I can do that. And don't deal any. And I'm still Batman. Well, today's list or things on to do are we're going to be doing some character attack animations. And Airs, been a bit, wanted to mention before I lurk because you might be interested in this, I have been experimenting with a plugin that lets you listen to Twitch events. Ooh, yes please, yes please. I know for certain I do at some point there's little plugins for Godot and animations where they have little guys wandering around the screen. I think it's so cute. So yes please, Agiko, please indeedy, and thank you. And wait, there's gonna be violence? Imaginary violence, it'll be fine. Saying all of that though, we'll start off by doing the Pixelart of the day. We'll talk about some resources, then we'll try to draw we'll try to do an animation of a punch, and then we'll see where we'll go from there. We'll see if we want to do a claw attack animation, or a sword animation, or an axe attack animation, and then we'll do the community review. So today, not a lot, but a lot, surprisingly. And we want blood. You know, maybe we have to do a vampire-specific themed study where we do vampires and blah, blah, blah. And just lots of bones and gore. That could be fun. I don't know if I could stomach it, looking up references, things of that nature, but it could be fun. Blood, blah. Oh, blood. Oh boy. I'll go ahead and bring you into Pixelart of the day, shall we? So if I click on this guy right here, and I'll message you separately. There's some very nice references for this. I see. Let me go ahead and hide this guy as well. Yep. And I'm impunsibly good pun. Check already. We just started. Oh boy. And is there scary things in the game? Not that I know of. Hopefully. This here is a study. So thankfully, we don't have to worry about any scary things. I don't like spooks. I don't like scary. I like spooky. There's a bit of a difference. Spooky's nice and sweet. Scary is scary. And today, Pixelart of the day is a section I like to do at the beginning of stream where we spend 5 to 8 minutes looking at some pixel art I can either find on Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, anywhere on the internet, and we spend time looking at it and trying to break it down. And the idea is that in order to get better at anything, you have to look at people who can do it. So for example, if you're trying to make pixel art, you gotta look at a lot of pixel art. You wanna make games, you gotta look at a lot of games. You gotta have a lot of intake and get your observation skills up to reach. And today, since we're covering character attack animations, we'll be taking a look at Chapel, the Light Chapel character animation. And saying that, let me go ahead and also do a shout out. Is that exclamation shout out, or is it slash shout out, and then if I do at the, it doesn't let me. Hold on. I can do this if I just go to Twitch here, because I'd love to shout him out. He is a fellow game dev. I don't believe he uses Godot, but he might use Godot in the future. But he's currently working on a Metrovania monochrome style game, and it's really neat. And thank you, Trainer Zeke, for the follow. And I don't know why, hold on, there you go. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Let me see if I can quickly find his channel so I can shout him out, because if it's anyone I've watched recently on Twitch for just character animations, it's gotta be Chapel. His animations are lovely. And as I'm looking for his name, let me click on play so you can get a taste of an animation. Here you go. Look at this. Isn't this so neat? Let's see here. We have L-I. You've gotta be here somewhere. Found him. Okay. And if I then copy this here, and then go back to here, and then do at, and then do this here, and then do that there, does that work? If I do that? Aha, lovely. So if you like this, I suggest looking at his stuff because it is really neat. So saying all of that, let us now spend, what is the timer set for? 7 minutes looking at this, and look to the left screen. Isn't it? And let's see, I've got my pen, I've got my stuff. We have, is this? Nope, I don't have my notes. Okay, so let's open our notes here. Do draw here. Now, we've talked about animation before. We've done an animation study. Today is specifically about, hold on, I guess we're doing that. Today is specifically about attack animations. We've done general animation and the idea of animation. So what we'll want to pay attention to today is how attacks are done. If it lets me do my Fredoka 1, there we are. Okay, so I think the first thing to look at, and let me actually, let's see, drag this down here, move you down here, drag you here. There we are. If I go ahead and pause it, if I click into this guy here, you can see this animation is made up of, I believe, 47 frames. 47, according to the GIF guy here. So I'll put on here, 47 frames. 47 frames. Now, usually we look at these guys that I just moved, silhouette, design, shape, lighting. It's a little bit different when it comes to animation. You can still look at it this way. What I really want to pay attention to is just the animation. Why do you like this animation? Do you dislike this animation, and why? For me, when I look at this animation, I like it. But now the question is, why do I like it? I think I like it because it's very fluid. It feels very fluid. The next question then would be to ask, why does it feel fluid? And then a question or answer could be, maybe due to frame amount. That could be an idea. Maybe it's due to everything being animated. For example, flowy dress. We could choose that too. And let's see. Hi, Olivia. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And let's see here. I did read that too. Yep. And it's cool that she moves forward by doing her attacks. Ooh, does she? I can also, as well, slow this down. And if you're wondering what program this is, it is called... Oh, hold on. Making sure I can read that. I believe so. Yeah. Okay, good. If I do exclamation FAQ, the program I'm using at the moment is called Puref, P-U-R-E-R-E-F. It's free to use. However, for some reason, my YouTube, it's not letting me send messages in Twitch chat. Odd. You know what? That's fine. Exclamation FAQ. There you are. You should be able to find it. And did I make it? No, definitely not. This is by Chapel, this guy right here. You can follow him on Twitter. And if we slow it down, what are things you notice now that it's slowed down? And I do that too, yeah. So you're saying the animation, they move forward. So let's see. They wipe off their dress. And then after that, oh yeah, they do move forward. It's a slash, and then down, and then spin, and then twirl. It's very fast. I'll say that as much. And I don't know about that. It really depends on the purpose of the game itself. Hold on, let me see. Did I miss something? She moves forward. Oh yeah, it depends on the game. I 100% agree. I'll say she moves from one spot to another. Because depending on the game, if the enemy has a hitbox, it might not be good to have the hitbox very big or very small, depending on it. So I do agree. Maybe the hitbox is this big though. And if that's the case, right? If it's staying within this sort of boxy area, then it can make sense, right? If it's okay for her to be at the very back, since she starts here, and if she stays within this sort of boxy area, let's see, I'm gonna say she stands about this, everything that she uses, so her attacks, everything is in this area, so it might be okay for her to move forward, since it still would be a hitboxy area. Let me remove that there. And are we still working on the same game, the rhythm game? Not today, Djax. Today we're working on studying Pixelart animation. That's what today's about. Once a week I study Pixelart animation, and once a week I work on my game. And once a week I do something else, or I do 2 Pixelart studies, or I do 2 game developments, or I play a game. But today we're doing character animations. And hi, is it Lumiel? Possibly? Welcome to stream. Welcome in. And I can try again if you'd like. Let's see. What are other things? She moves from one spot to another. And I'll say, but stays within bounding box. As I say, and this guy does not want to stay within bounding box. The irony. Let me drag you over there. All right. Something else I think is important to look at. And another thing is too, this is monochrome. So it really only uses black and white, and then it's got a red for a pop of color. So we'll have that there too. We're looking at animation, but I think that's just something to notice. Monochrome, N-O-M-O-N-O-C-H-R-O-M-E, monochrome plus red, which I think is a neat touch. And hi. And we don't speak about music streams. Oh, I hope to have another one soon. Fingers crossed. We're getting there soon, I think, and it'll be a lot of fun. And besides the third kick thing I said, oh, let me double check. The single pixel of the blood showing behind her to show how wide the arc of her third kick is. Let's see. Hold on. Is it this one? Oh, hold on. This third kick. This right here is what you're talking about, I think, Frost? The single pixel of the blood showing behind. Oh, yeah. I would say, oh, yeah. There's this sort of trail left during attack that I think also makes it feel like it flows. Because when I click on regular speed and we click on this here, it feels like it's fluid, I think, because also just flow. You can see a flow going on here. It's a spin, kick, swirl, go, go. I like it. And not yet. I need to learn music theory. Soon, Kim. And let's see here. And yeah. Okay, let me grab this here. And oh, thank you, Nancy, for the sub. And welcome back to stream. Welcome in. And thank you. I hope you've been well. Welcome to a dissection of an advanced animation, it seems like. All right, let me double check. Let's see. Third blood, third attack. Let's see. Third attack. Blood splatter. Splatter effect is heat. And let's see here. When she turns her back to us, you can see blood to her right. Hold on, let's see. Oh, do you mean here? Blood to her right? Hold on, let's see. Slow it down even more. Do you mean this part right here, if I had to guess? Yeah, it does kind of look like maybe her arm turns a little bloody, if I had to guess. Yeah, it looks like she's almost kicking you. Let's see. Third attack, blood splatter, neat. Arm turns bloody too. There we are. I'll add that in there. And I like that her neck jewelry thingy and palms are also red. It makes her look like a violent fellow. Yeah, it's the thing of, despite it being monochrome, where things are considered danger at is where there's additional color. So the nails, I feel like she could also have like a claw attack if yeah, I feel like it could be a claw attack just because of it also being red nails. What's the word I'm looking for? Distinguish maybe? Or it's setting apart from everything else. It's also neat how it just transforms, which I think is super nice. And that shows us how wide the arc and really emphasizes that by implying the negative space. Interesting. And I feel like I missed a month of class, everything I know about animation, and I still know nothing about it. Don't worry, Insia. We haven't done this in like a good second, so I forget a lot. But the good news is, even if you forget, if you keep notes and you keep doing it over and over again, eventually something's gotta stick. But that is the timer up there. So thank you all for your suggestions. And the movement should be programmed, the animation fixed. Oh, fair point. Yeah, I do agree, Rodrigo. It depends on how you do it. And hi, Eska. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. With all of that said, I also wanted to point out another thing I came across. Usually I just look up, what is it called? I search up things in Twitter and see what I come across. Look at also this animation. It shows you the idea of how people usually animate. Usually they do it by blocking out objects or people or whatever they're using. So I think it's neat to see just the process to go from the before and after. I think it helps in the idea that it doesn't have to be perfect the first time. You just need to first figure out the movement before you do everything else. And I never started. I missed all the animation streams. We've only done one animation stream, thankfully. Not too many. One animation stream. I think we did one walking animation stream, and everything else I did offline, concerned with walking and running. And see tabletop RPG vampire stream, which I have no idea what it was about. We're getting right into that, Antia, don't you worry. And then Shovel Knight guy, interesting. And the most I know about, oh yeah, you know what, fair point. I thought you meant character animation in particular. Yeah, fair point. Alrighty, so with all of that said and done, with our Pixelart of the day good and ready to go, let me go ahead and bring up this guy here. And I'm still not quite sure why it doesn't want to send the command in Twitch, but I believe, oh, hold on. Oh, that's no good. Let me click here, go to there. I thought I had the command set. I do not. Didn't do that there, but that's okay. I should just be able to send it in, let's see, here. So if you'd like to get references, and let's see, let me click to this here, and let me click on this here. Here we are. Did it send? I don't think it sent. Is the bot being laggy, or is it just me? Oh, it sent it there. Weird. Okay then, I assume I'll send it here, and I'll send it here. There you go. So, if you didn't know, I have a website you can go to. It is earthezra.com, and on this website, I try to provide a list, a slew of things related to what we do on here. And the idea is that it's all about game development. So from learning programming to learning music to learning pixel art, and once a week out of my streams, I try my best to study an aspect of pixel art. Today, we're doing character animation, specifically attack. But if I click on resource here, you can see we've covered crops, papers, bugs, and the idea is that if I click on the one we're doing today, it is a whole line of resources to get you started. The idea is that for a lot of people, when they want to learn something, they don't know where to go. So I'm hoping a website like this allows people to have direct areas to go so they don't have to go soul searching the internet. And that's true, for some streams I don't like it, but I can try the animation ones. It's showing me harder to follow. Interesting. And by the way, I know there's no category in the Twitch. Oh, thank you! Oh Oh boy. Let's see. Let me just do a little bit of that there. Thank you. Oh boy. Just when I think, everything's good to go. Nah. Thank you for that one. It's Lemoyle, right? I think. Thank you. Saying that, we have the character stream here. We also have a playlist, and the idea is that because different people learn different ways, I have not only things like articles. So if I click, for example, here, this website by Pedro, and thank you, Jig Sandwich, for the follow, and welcome into technical difficulties. And thank you so much for pointing that out. Yeah, thank you. If I click this, you can see it brings us to a website. And I like this website because it's a quick look at different things, different topics. For example, here you can see motion blur. He also covers topics like outlines, or let's see, parallax and depth. So if you're more of a visual person, maybe grabbing these little study notes might be handy. Pixelart progress, things like that. I find them super duper handy. And animation planning, I don't have this one. So let me just, don't mind me. I'm just gonna drag and drop it into our references for today, because I think that one's also pretty handy. So I'm just gonna stow it away with everything else that we have. And yeah, they're super useful, aren't they? And Lumio, is that better? Lumio. Is that any better? And tried for a reason beyond my knowledge? I see. Let's see. And I think I read everything. Let's see. True animation. Redeems have a cooldown. They do indeedy. And yep. And good. Thank you. How are you? I hope you're all doing good. Okay, let's see. So aside from those, there's also this, which is like the one above, except it's a little bit more reading. So if you're more of a reader, this might be of interest to you. And it goes into the idea, the breakdown. It does a little bit of an article, which I find cute. Articles still, and also still the gifts, which I find handy dandy, depending on what you need them for. And that, I see. Okay. Lumio. I just have to remember the candle guy from Beauty and the Beast. I feel like that's pretty good. That's pretty close. We also have on here character animation attack. So if I open up this guy, you can see here, it is a YouTube playlist of a compilation of videos I could find related to the topic. Sometimes it has Pixelart in it, sometimes not, depending on if the topic is widely known. In this case, character attack animations are a very popular thing among learning for Pixelart, so there's a lot of tutorials here that you might find handy as well. And hey, Haley, Lumio, would it be okay with you being references Lumi? You know what? That would be easier. And the only thing the same redeems have is the word ban. I see in the thingy. Yep. And no matter how much you forget, you develop your skills, and we clearly see it sticks to you and always improve. Thank you, Lance. Yeah, I'm glad the improvement shows. That's always really nice to hear. If I click on this guy, you can see it's not Pixelart. It is actual people. I know, shocking. But the idea is that in order to get better at animation, or really in order to get better at art, looking at real life can help. And since it is animation and we're talking about animations, I have on here some videos I was able to come across on YouTube to do with just different attacks. Because you could, for example, go through and slow this down, and then you can see how a fight might look. I tried my best to cover or to find videos that were fake fights and not a lot of, camera cuts. But for this, you can see the actions, and I think it's handy because then you could go, for example, frame by frame. Oh, hold on, I think it's period. Yeah, frame by frame, and look at real life in frames, and then do your animations based off of that. And hi, actually, just games. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And people usually call me Lumi. I see. And even the blur, yeah, that's true. Yeah, blurring is a pretty good idea. And there's supposed to be, we do have it. Aside from playlists, aside from those things, we also have this one. This was the last minute idea I was talking about. I recently remembered that this game that I started playing again from time to time, League of Legends. In this game, there are characters, or champions, they like to call them. And the idea is that these different characters have different abilities. And if you're trying to look into animations, for example, this guy here is a shield guy. He carries a big shield. If you click him, you can see his in-game character model. I can scroll out, I can zoom around. And what makes it handy is that, let's see, I can pause this, and then I can move it forward, or I should be able to. Yeah. And then you can go to different animations. For example, I think he has an attack animation. And you can see how maybe you might do an animation with a character who has a big shield, and you can get it from different perspectives. So that might be helpful, as what's helpful handy, in the sense of getting the idea of how heavy the shield is compared to everything else. So maybe you can find that handy too. In our case, it's a Claude character, and the Claude character I know about, I think, would be this character. So you might use her for reference if I find, let's see, an attack. Let's see, how does she attack? Yeah. So we might use something like this. Slow it down then, or if I can slow it down, And see, she ducks down and then look at that stretch. So this could be handy dandy too, which is, I'm hoping it will be. And let's see here. Great indeed. Oh, how sweet. She surprises me every day. Even sweeter. Thank you, thank you. And let's see. I always wonder how big stream will occur as time progresses. The thing is, I dedicate this time to chatting with you and learning new things. And thank you for coming as well, because you dedicate your time to me just as much as I dedicate it to you being here. Aside from that, from the League of Woggles. Aside from the model viewer, we also have this website called the Spriter's Resource. For a long time, I called it the Sprites Resource, only to find out it's called the Spriter's Resource. But it is a lovely website where people have come together as a community and looked through games that they can find, scraped through the data, and found the assets, the art of games. And if you look here, there is a long list of games that include characters and attack animations. And League's animations are great, but it's important to emphasize that they're exaggerated, so the most readable possible from a top-down view. Yes, fair point, yeah. And depending on what you're trying to do, it might be good to look at it from top down. But just the overall idea, I think, of exaggeration is what I think is to be emphasized. Since they're from far away, their things have to be exaggerated. So maybe, yeah, if you're going for more exaggeration, this guy's super duper handy. And Lumi sounds nice, I agree. And I think I'll be lurking. No worries, Ansia. Thank you again for the sub. And my head feels a bit foggy. Oh, feel well soon. And good luck with the art. Well, thank you. And I hope you feel, I already said it, but again. And let's see, I'll be watching when my mind allows me to. Of course. And you can see here is, for example, if I go to Demon Hunter Legends, this game here, it has different enemies, different assets. And if I click on, for example, let's do this Royce guy, I can zoom in and you can see there's different frames for different Pixelart animations. So this is handy if you also want just direct Pixelart references, as if I zoom out, I can click this download button, or I could drag and drop it into my Pixelart program of choice. So if I bring you into, let's see, this right here, and I drag and drop, if it'll let me, drag and drop this guy, I can then immediately go into my Pixelart, and I can remove the background, for example, and I can see, right, this guy here is 16 wide by 64 tall. And that would give me a good reference for if I wanted to make a character like this, how big to make them. If I wanted to make a running animation, how might that look? How might a sword swing look? And I think it's another just handy dandy thing. Let's see. So I'll bring you back into, and a good example as well is if I bring you into this guy, if I'm looking at this art and I wanted to make something like this, it's gonna be hard because I don't know how big to make it. So something like a Sprite Resource can be handy dandy. So let me go ahead and pause that guy, bring us back into the browser. And my name is a mix of Lumiere. Oh yes, that's what it was. That's the torch guy. And Lucio, or Lucole, possibly in French. It sounds like a metaphor of hope. Oh, it's sort of. I see, that's very sweet. Let's see, let me click on here, close you here, close you here, close you here, close you there. All right. So that's the Spriter's Resource. We also have itch.io. Now, if you're a game dev, you probably know about this website, as it's so neat to see mine up there. You probably know about this website. You usually upload your games here, or you download games, or if you're a game dev, you might download game assets to put into your game. But as a pixel artist, what you can do is also download the game assets and use them as references like you would for something like the Spriter's Resource. And what I have up here is some references for all free, as much as I can. I try to make everything free. So for example here, these are all 100% free. If I click on the adventure, you can see this has an idle, oh, never mind. You can ignore this one here. I didn't see the premium one. But aside from that, the idea is that you be able to download everything you see on here. And it's just released for anything game dev related. It is indeed. Let's see. Let's go to this one. I believe this one's pretty good. Hero Night, it has everything in this included, and you can download it for free. That's the idea. And you would download it, and then you would move it into Aseprite, and like with the Sprite's Resource, you would then look at it, and you could reference it. And sprites make it onto the front page. And so we're doing weapons and claws, or the good old razzle-dazzle fist. No worries, check. We're gonna start off with fist, and then see where we go. We'll see how the world works. Is if I go back into the planning screen here, you can see, we'll start off with fist, and then it might be claw, sword, or axe. So we'll see. And let's go back into browser. And the purpose of the planning, it shows that you're... Thank you, Frost. If I go ahead and close this guy here, as I said before, that little guy there. And I think if I do exclamation, let's see if it works out. Exclamation TEMPLATE template. Does it want to work now? It seems to be just a smidge laggy. So while that's seemingly trying to send, let me take a little bit of coffee here. Tasty. let me put that down there, set the button to make it a little bit warmer. But if it doesn't want to send for whatever odd reason, that is a-okay. What I can do is, if I, let's see, and I'm surprised. The bot seems maybe a little bit angry today. I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit moody. Let's see here. But I can, oh, hold on, wrong button. So many buttons to pick. Let's see, you there. And then I can just grab, You know, I'm starting to think as well, maybe I have too many tabs open. And that's also why things aren't functioning. I mean, you tell me, do I have too many tabs open? I think this is a proper amount of tabs to have open at an amount of time, right? Look at all of these. This is acceptable here. There's nothing wrong. I'd say, you know, it'd be going crazy if it went double, if I had to guess. Let me copy this here. I should be able to paste it here. And let's see if it works out, because it doesn't want to send it. So I'll paste that here and paste this here. Oh, lovely. Okay. It did. Nope. Never mind. It did not do it. All right. That's sent. That's sent. It'll bring you to this page right here. Oh, hold on. There we are. This page right here. And too many tabs? That's the actually correct sentence. Is that? Oh, never. It just matters how many your computer can hold. This is a character template I've been developing over the past possibly year now. And the idea is that as we go along in these studies, this template will get added onto with different animations, different things of that nature. You can see plan features attacking is on here. So the hope is that what we do today will help expand on this pack. And if I click on this guy here, you can see everything that's currently in the pack at the moment as well. So if you'd like to, you're able to download this guy for free, and it is in that link there, and it will give you the Aseprite files or the PNGs, whichever you'd like. And what we should hopefully be doing today is we'll see if we can modify these guys to allow them to do different animations. And that's the hope, at least. And if you can read the titles, there's still room for more. I like the way you think. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and close this guy here. Not for my real. Anything but the dedicated William. Alrighty, all of these things are good to go, so let me pull you back into the planning screen here. And if I click on let's see, you here, bring you into there, I should then be able to, since, oh, actually, I don't know if it's going to work. I tried it before, but let's see, exclamation, DISCORD. Is it going to send into the Discord link? It does. Super duper odd. Alright, that's okay, that's fine. Can I copy you and then paste you into YouTube here? Let's see. Oh, it did it on YouTube too. Weird. Okay, you know, I won't complain. It's working somewhat. But if you click that link there, it'll bring you into this guy right here. This good old Discord. And the idea is that once you join in on the welcome screen, what you'll be able to do is navigate down to Pixelart to study with me. And if you click on that guy, you'll see we have previous streams where we've done different topics. And if I click on, for example, crop study, and I click on this guy here and open in full view, you can see people who have posted their art that has happened during these studies. So at the end of stream, if you happen to make a character attack animation, feel free to share it. And you'll share it if I click on this guy back here, and this one right here, at the very top that's pinned, character attack animation. So if you send it here, pale bros, plate bros, and why do you allow us to rip you off like that? Well, the thing is, if I can help people, I'll take it. And another thing as well is that people have been very generous with donating to the pack as well, despite it being free. So I'm more than happy to give, since people are also more than happy to give. It's a two-way street here. And hi, Moonraider. Welcome into the stream. Welcome in. Hello, Eris. I have finally remembered to join stream again. How are we doing today? We're doing much better. Yesterday, not too much, but I'm feeling great now. And I stumbled across the template the other day. Really? Oh, that's so sweet. I tell you, it's no wonder that I'm just so surprised. But hi, Code with TD. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Why are you so talented? It's not fair, Jog. I will have you know, it took me a few weeks to do those animations. It was a lot of research and study. Oh boy, let me hide that there. So let's Pixelart of the day. We've talked about the resources, we talked about the community review. Now, you might be asking yourself, or maybe not, why do we happen to do these studies today? Well, if I click on draw here and bring you into the screen, you'll see, oh, hold on, okay, close that guy. Don't save, yes, okay, lovely. Currently, because it is Spooky Month, we are playing a tabletop solo RPG game called 1000-Year-Old Vampire, and we'll be playing it on Halloween. Until then, since it is Theater of the Mind, the idea is that we've been designing a character around the idea of them being turned into a vampire. In this case, we have an elder druid orc who was, who was betrayed by her friends and family, and so then she gets turned into a vampire. And this is her non-vampire form. I don't have the vampire form on hand, but this is small sprite, which is based off of the templates, and then this is big sprite. So the hope is that by doing these character animations, specifically the claw one, since she's a druid and she attacks with claws, it'll be great. And don't worry about talent. Here's is documented in blood. Documented the blood? Huh? Hold on. Okay. I didn't finish reading. Sweat and tears. Quite well. Okay, it's a little bit better. Thank you. I'm currently trying to draw a tile map. Oh, I can say best of luck. I still have not figured those out. They're confusing, but they are worth the effort. And can you do me a favor? Can you bottle up some of your talent? If it's one thing I can say, it's keep on hand many references. They will help you in the long run. And maybe she's talented, maybe. You are too! Yeah, just lots of work. And yesterday you made a tree? Oh, congratulations, Rodrigo! I think it was terrible, Rodrigo. I don't know if I have it on hand, possibly. Let's see how fast I can do with my sorting materials. I'm just curious to see, let's see. Click here, click on you, tree. It starts with a T, right? Trees, Ace right here. And if I, this right here, this was my first tree. And I worked on my trees. And now my latest tree, well, actually, it's not my latest tree. Hold on! My latest tree, final. Yeah, so nope. You know what? I had a tree here. I'm just not seeing the tree, but it's okay. But this just shows, if you keep at it, I'm sure you'll get better. It's just a matter of trying. I think it took me at least 10 tries of tree study. So at least, probably 10 hours, truth be told. And then you want to feel bad, but you're surprising the amount of skill and the amount of effort you experience growing it from balancing guided exercises. You know, fair point, Frost. Yeah, the best way to learn is to teach. With all of that said, though, what we'll be doing is, nope, I don't see the plate bros here. Plate bros! Oh, there we are. Hello there. All right, so I'll go ahead and I'll start off by grabbing this guy here. I'll do a new layer here and pasting it. The thing is, since she's so complicated, the idea is that people will use a template, a blank sheet of some sort, or some colors in order to get an idea of the animation before they add on to it. So for example, if I bring back into here and hi crafty core box, welcome to stream, welcome in. Oops, take breath, never. but I guess I could. And thank you as well. And by the third try, it turned out decent. Oh, lovely. I'm really happy to hear it, Rodrigo. Yeah. It just takes a few tries. Usually the first try is not too good. You can see on here, for example, the character is in blobs. They're not fully formed. Even if I click on this guy, go down here, usually they start all off as blobs or some sort of color, and then it goes from there. They start off as blank, and then they get added with everything else. So the hope is that, if I go back into draw here, we'll use the plate bros, and then we'll add her on top. Since I don't have a side and backward sprite for her just yet, though, we'll stick to the plate bros today, and then I'll either do it in my free time or maybe another stream we'll map her on to these guys here, since she does have a little bit of a different anatomy. I started learning Pixelart 3 months ago, and it took me this long to just barely keep up with day 1 of 30. Also, you're doing it. That's the most important part, Frost. And those are the longest 30 days ever, the finale. The 30 days is over, I can certainly say. I just never got around to doing the other shorts. Eventually, but the 30 days is very long. I do agree. With all of that said, let me go ahead and I will grab you. I'll grab you here, our side boyo here, and we'll also grab the back. So what we'll focus on is mainly the side, and then we'll see about doing the front and the back. The thing is, doing 8 different directions turns out is a lot of work. I should have known, but at the time I thought to myself, how hard can it be? But then you have to remember, for example here, right? If I want to make a walk animation and the walk is 4 frames, that's already, let's see, 12 frames that way. And then it's another 2. So what would that be? 12 plus 8 is 24, I think. Math, no, 22, is it? 12, 8, no, 24, final, and 8 directions, yeah. And then, right, my run animation is 6 frames. So 6 frames in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different directions. That's a lot of, oh boy, how hard can it be? I am every day very much humbled by the attempts I make. Let me go ahead and also slide this guy up here. We'll go ahead and grab this little boy as well, little Timmy here. and then we should be good to go. As yeah, from now on going forward, I am going to use as little as I can. Usually, if you're able to get away with 4 directions, 8 is to make it nice and fancy. But you know, sometimes you don't need nice and fancy. You just need to make sure it works. I feel like that's priority number 1. Maybe then you can go back to doing 8 directions. But for now, I realized 4 directions is the way. Let me go ahead and close this guy here and don't save here. Alrighty. So to begin, let's see. Usually I would have a GIF of some sort or some references we could do. The issue is, because of what we're doing, it's tricky to look at animation examples aside from the Pixelart ones. And hey, at least it's better to go down with your fist up than go down hopeless. Fair point. Let me get some coffee and then we will get right into things. As yeah, usually my study method is to look at real life examples. The thing is, it's a little bit hard to do it in, let's see, in this format because usually I can look at, for example, let's see, I'll open up PureF and then I'll look at examples that are real life related. For example, here we have, if I go back to here, we open up this guy here, you can see there are swords here. And I would look at real life swords, but for real life animation, unless it's a GIF, it's a little bit tricky to reference, which is the tricky portion. So I do know 2 mods are here. If you happen to find a real life look at a real life GIF of an attack animation, specifically swords or even fists too, that'd be great. Well, if you could, because then I could look it up here and that'd be handy. And I worked for a bit in a Pokemon dungeon mystery like Touhou game for friends, and the 8 directions was necessary, unfortunately. I see, but in all other types of games it can work really well without it. Oh, in fact it was necessary. That's a little scary, but I'm glad you got through it. And I think the 3 aligns. It does frost, but it is Pixelart. I'm looking for non-specific Pixelart references. That's the thing. I'm looking for real life references. I have plenty of Pixelart. I'm looking for real life ones first, as that's usually my go-to. For example, when we do a sword study, I look at real swords, and then I look at Pixelart swords. Let me get a little bit of coffee, and then we can get started. Let's see. Such as how they're swung. Yep. Such as how they're swung. Let's see here. I tell you, that coffee is delicious. Lovely. Okay, with all of that said, you know what? I think we can manage doing it a little bit blindly. References are nice and all, but maybe we can pull away at our memory, and using what we already know could possibly be a thing until it doesn't work out. And what's the coffee of choice today? Pumpkin spice. Every day it's been a pumpkin spice, well, not even latte really, just pumpkin spice coffee. Since it is Spooky Month, I will take advantage and do pumpkin spice everything. I'll do a new layer here, move you down here, move you over here. Now the thing is, with frames, I don't usually like keeping this guy up here. He's kind of a little bit covered too. If I cover this in famous last words. Truly, let's see. I can click this guy, and if I click bottom, it moves it to the bottom. I can click it to the right, I can click it to the left. When I do animations that depend on frames, I usually like going the long route. The issue is, I don't like widescreen. I tend to like it when it is that singular square, but for animations, it tends to work out better if it is this way. So I'll go ahead, I'll slide on over here for a change. I'm on the other side now. Let go. And from there, we'll grab, oh, I'm big. I did not expect that. Hold on. There we are. And we hear some Spooky Month. I hope you've at least seen the series. It's so adorable. They're doing a little dance. It's adorable. And are we putting pumpkin spice powder in regular coffee, or is it the creamer? It's a creamer. Well, it's like a powdered protein sort of creamer thing, but it's also a pumpkin spice flavored latte as well. So it's a 2-for-1 sort of thingy. And you know, it'd be interesting to see how excited you get on. You know what? I'll say coffee does not work on me, unfortunately. Sugar-wise, though, I don't like a lot of sugar. A lot of sugar is not good for you. What I'll start off by doing is we'll take the side animation here. And of course I have. What do you take me for? Oh boy, sugar rushes make me sleepy. I can say that. What we'll do is we'll grab this guy, and I'd like to do what everyone else did, where we color-coded everything. So for example here, what we'll do is, I'm thinking we'll make this guy, and we'll just do this guy as a blue. We'll do this guy as our red. So I'll make this into a red here, like that there. We'll make this into maybe a yellow for our arm here, like that there. Sorry, little, what was his name? His name's Timmy, no, Tim, no, Tom, no, Tim, no, I even forget his name. This is not good. And just don't ask Iris what Spooky Months he's seen. Spooky movie. This is Halloween, Halloween, Halloween. Let's see here. We have a little bit of purple. And I think we're good to go. Also move that there. I think that's fine. And hi, Fountainian Waters. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. I hope you've been well. I think the easiest thing to do, right, for this, what is it, punch animation, would be to do a start and a finish. I think that's our best shot. So I'll go ahead and do on here, punch draft. I'll save that as that there, and then we'll do a new frame here. So Alt, I think we'll do Alt N. That'll make a new guy that's a duplicate of our old guy. And then if I click on this here, oh, let's see, this guy, and I click in front of Sprite, it should show us the animation behind it. So if I go ahead and hold on my eraser, for example, and erase this, oh, hold on. If I click enable, there we are. So once you set the settings, make sure you click the enable button as a disable, enable. So you do settings here and enable, like that. That makes sense. And if I click on you here, in front of Sprite, behind Sprite. Yeah, okay, lovely. With that said, let me undo this guy. And I think it would be good to either do some sort of, I think, start and finish and work our way through. And I'll share some stances and slowly make my way up to animation. It'll be a wee bit, thank you, Frost. The issue is with stances is that it doesn't show the motion. I think, or at least when I look at things visually, posing is one thing, but posing is static. If you do references for motion, you want to take pictures from motion. So for example, we would look at that kick video we saw earlier, and we would take a screenshot of that, not someone doing a posing kick, because it involves different parts of the muscles moving. And I'll let you know, thank you. And so let's see here. I would imagine when you do a punch, you gotta reel back. And another thing is too, when you're doing posing or animation, doing these actions in person can also help. Because if you try to, for example, just pick up a stick and swing your sword, or use the sword as a stick, it might feel different than what you might imagine. So trying to do the actions can also help you feel out things. I would imagine this guy might, let's see, reel his fist back. So let's see here. I'll do this here, move that there, move this foot here. Move it backwards, I think, and we'll just grab this here. But I think he might move back a little bit. I think he might slide a little bit forward too. Maybe even do a little bit of sliding over there, and oh. What does that even mean? And the notification didn't show up again. There we are. What does that even mean? You're going to have to elaborate a little bit. Do you mean spooky or spooky month? Now, I have to say, that's gonna be a little bit tricky. It's so high-pitched, and it sounds gremlin-y. So elaborate a little bit, and I'll see what I can do. Oh boy. We'll go ahead, we'll grab this guy. And the purpose of doing these block colors is that we can kind of, we can contort his body. And the first one you just made, Gaia. Alrighty then, let me click on this guy here. We'll go ahead and go into, let's see, preferences, challenges, there we are. Let's voice, last one was sloth, can't believe it. We'll do spooky, or spooky. And they might mean the, oh boy, they said the first one, so the spooky one. Let's see, go back to that one, click that one there, and if I click on you here, we should now be able to commence the spooky month. So to continue with what we were doing, if we do back and forth, and another neat trick I can do is I'm using the arrow keys, and I'm also looking at the preview here, and if we go left and right, we can see the spooky animation of pushing forward. You're most likely the person I hear talking the fastest without ever stumbling on your voice. It's pretty impressive. Now, hold on there. I very much murder my words. Very often. These streams can never be boring, can they? I think in this animation, they would take a step back, followed by a step forward. So we want to go either backwards, or we could go forward as well. So what I'll do is instead move forward with the arm. So when we go backwards and forwards, I think moving the head also forwards. So backwards, forward, something like that could possibly work out. I do love hearing how fast she talks, though. Oopsie, I talk fast as well. It's just that no one can understand. Easiest hack ever. When they whip their arm back and then push forward, I see a changing of arms. So I think, in fact, this leg would go backwards, and this leg would go forward like this. And then if we do this here, I think that works out a little bit better. It looks like they're pushing forward, which is not quite what we want. So if we maybe move this leg here and then move it backwards and forwards, I think that's a little bit better. It looks like they're about to hit something, but I think we need a bit more of a swing. So I think, in fact, looking at actual pixel art animation might be our best bet instead of trying to do it from theater of the mind, as I am a little bit lost, I'll admit. However, that's what we have animations for. Shiver me timbers. Ooh. So what I'll go ahead and do is I'll go here and we'll figure out what animations I have that are all punch animations. This one is a sword, so we can close it. This one is an axe. That one is fist. This one is sword. This one is sword. This one is whip. This one is sword. You got my man looking like missing. You got my man missing no teeth. He's going through a little bit of reconstruction. We'll remove this one as well, and this one is slash, and this one is axe. This one looks like it is claw, so we'll remove that one as well. That one is also slash. This one is slash as well. This one is brawl, and this one here is slash, and this one here is sword, and this one also here is slash or brawl. So once the spookiness ends, well, we can keep going, I suppose. This is a game called River City Girls. It is a
Cat sat on keyboard, just redeemed hydrate.
What did he do? He did nothing wrong. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Welcome into stream, Cats Out on Keyboard. Hello, hi, I hope everyone is having a great day, and if you're not, ask for a refund. Ooh. Welcome into stream, and thank you for the redeem. I'll get that water. So as I was saying, this is from River City Girls, and it is a beat-em-up game, and with beat-em-ups, they are usually side-scroller games, which means the perspective is left and right. They don't go up and down quite as it goes slide-scroll from the screen. So if I hit play on here, you should see her move to the right, I believe. If we click play, look at those animations. I wish I could do bravado. Ooh. We have a backhand attack. We also have a quick combo punch. We also have a right cross, it says, which looks more like a chop. Eris says a ghost is still talking so fast compared to normal ghost. A frightening. That's that. So we'll go on the ad break and then we'll break these down. And I think this would be a better use of your time than trying to wing it. Looking at these guys and trying to see what they're doing and mimic it. And you made it. Thank you. Alrighty then. Since ads are about to start, we'll let them do their thing. I'm curious to ask though, excuse me, do any of you have any favorite beat-em-up games? I know Mortal Kombat was a big thing, and I've never really been a fan of beat-em-up, but then I played this game, and I just found the animation so charming that I thought to myself, man, these are adorable. It's so cute to see pixel. Well, there have been, I think, with like Street Fighters. I think that was pixel-arty for a while before it moved to real 3D models, but the pixel art just has so much charm, I'd say. And have you ever talked with a ghost? What they show you in movies is propaganda, I tell ya. They're nothing like the real thing. What I like about these is you can feel the punch, the power behind it. So that'll be fun to talk about. As one thing I think is key to notice, key to keep in mind is I'll wait it out. I don't want to go too much into it. So I'll grab some coffee, grab a little bit of water, and then we'll discuss for a little bit. Animation certainly is difficult, but I think the more you look at it, the more you try to break it down, it becomes less a little bit painful, which is nice. It's the thing of the more you do it, the better it gets. So we'll see how that goes. Saying that, I'll make it a little bit more coffee. Let's see here. Tasty, tasty. And don't know, cannot recall any conversations with a ghost. That'd be an interesting power of a ghost. Remove memory. Memory airways. How neat would that be? Alrighty then. Well, since we still have a little bit of time, let's do some stretches, shall we? So we'll go off to the right a little bit. And then we'll go to the left a little bit. And then we'll go back a little bit. Make sure you don't break anything. Very important. Then we'll go to the front a little bit. And then we'll do some neck stretches. So to the right a little bit. And then we'll go to the left a little bit. And then we'll look down. And then we'll look up. And then we'll turn to the side. You can also go down too. That one's a pretty good stretch. And back straight. And go back here. Side. Go down a little bit. And then bring it around town. Without breaking anything. I feel like I heard a few cracks here and there. And last time I checked, they somehow can't interact with human. What a very specific thing. And hi, Pixeliana. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Essa! hello. Welcome. No, yeah, before I forget, that is one thing I've been wanting to do more recently. / shout out. Add Pixel. There you go. Welcome in. Pixeliana, I don't know if you can tell by the name, but they're another lovely pixel artist. So if you're looking for more pixel artists to get into and watch in your free time, I suggest checking her out. She's lovely. She's a little fun to listen to. Let's see. We did our stretches a little bit. Timer is just about up. So I hope you're hydrated. I hope you're stretched. I hope you're ready to look at some of these animations. To prep for it, let me move you into, let's see, peer up here. And everyone should be back. So welcome back. Welcome in. I think before we look at these animations, something to keep in mind is the 12 principles of animation. Let me get to my glasses on. Begin! Stretch again!
Check _14 just
so
redeemed stream.
That's not mine. That's from a game called River City Girls. I definitely don't want to take credit for it. River City Girls. It's a fun game. I've played it before. All right, stretching. Sure, we'll do some neck stretches. Go to the right a little bit. Then we'll go to the left a little bit. Then we'll go forward a little bit. We'll go backwards a little bit. We'll go to the side a little bit and a little bit down, and then we'll go to the other side and a little bit down. Okay, there we go. All stretched out. I'm all limber and loose. Thank you for the redeem check. Alrighty, so to go over the 12 principles of animation, first up we have the squash and stretch, where you use stretching as a way to show weight and motion, as is timing and motion, depending on the timing and the spaces of the framing. And don't worry if this all sounds like hubbub, it probably does, but we'll try to we at least know going forward. Saying these now, you'll probably forget them. I know I will, but I'm saying them to make sure that they're their thing. We're probably gonna forget them, but step one, acknowledging they're in the room with us. Anticipation, preparation for an action. You wind up and then you go. Staging, presenting a scene in a way that makes it clear to the audience. Arcs, going in an arc to show better flow. Slow in and out. This is easing. I remember last time when we looked at animation, easing was a little bit difficult. I'll be honest, I still don't quite understand it. I always get easing in and easing out very confused. One is where it starts off slow, ends off fast. The other one is starts off fast, ends off slow. If I had to guess, this looks like easing both ways, where it's equally fast and slow. So it goes fast in the beginning and ends off slowly in the middle, if I had to guess. This one here is straight ahead and pose to pose action. Straight ahead is drawing a scene by starting out at the beginning and going to the end. Ah, interesting. This feels like a technique, but you don't see it in the end motion. Hi, stranger. Hi, how are ya? We have follow through and overlapping action. Now this one here, I kind of like to think of like as anticipation. If anticipation is revving up at the beginning, follow through is kind of revving up at the end, where you go forward more than you would at the end. And hi, Venus, welcome to stream. What is going on here? We are talking about the principles of animation. welcome in. Let's see here. These are the 12, but we're only looking at them. We probably won't remember them, but I want to make sure you at least know about them. You're going to probably forget, but it's okay. And thanks for moving your cursor. Of course. Exaggeration. Another fun one where, yeah, you emphasize something, and I think it does add some animation. We have secondary action. One thing happens, another thing happens. Solid drawing. Understanding the basics of three-dimensional and appeal. Giving some personality. Look at the circle wiggle. With all of that said, right? Keeping things in mind, let's look at some of the animations from River City Girls. See if you can point out any of these principles. Just keeping these in mind. Let's go back into draw here. And if I make this guy you here, and I make you a little bit smaller here, hopefully it doesn't take up too much of the screen. Let's see. Shrink you in a little bit. Oh, hold on. That takes up too much of my screen. Hold on. I'll make you a little bit smaller here. Maybe about there. You should be visible. The thing is, not all of these 12 seem like they're too of use to us, but some of them do seem handy. So I should be able to do that. You should be able to see it. I'll make this guy always on top for me. Alrighty. So first up, we have an attack backhand. So if I click play on here, notice anything. So I'll click play. Let's see here. Anything of note? I would say it kind of feels like at the very end, maybe you could call it exaggeration, right? If I slow this guy down, so can I just click that and make it slower from animation repeat? Possibly not. I think I have to click this guy here and slow down, make it like 0.5. And now if I click play here, yeah. Notice how her arm goes over the stop point and then bounces. I think that would be a use of exaggeration, where there's a point you hit about, let's see, about here, I'd say, let's say, we go over, yeah, a little bit back. The arm kind of does a little bit of a wiggle motion after we hit, and then it goes inwards. Yeah, something like that. And I can see the anticipation too. Interesting. And I got chicken sandwich. Oh, that sounds tasty. Oh, I hope you enjoy your chicken sandwich. And I see anticipation too. Oh, let's see. Preparing for an action. So does she rev up for this? Oh, she does. She bends down. So she bends down and then goes, let's see, bends down and goes over and hits, and then it lingers a little bit. And also, you could also possibly say secondary action in the sense of her primary action, her arms and legs, but also look how the hair is helping it look like she's moving a lot. So if I click on this, look how the hair also gets moved. So it hits, and then it falls, and then it does a little bit of a shake. So I would say that too. And if we click play, combine it all together, that's that. So taking that in mind, right? And if I remove the speed so it's back to normal speed, hit, wiggle, hit, wiggle. If we go to this one here and click play, do we see the same things? I would say maybe a little less on this one. We start here, we go immediately into a jab. Oh, forgot to mention as well. Let's see, timing and motion. I was sure one of these was, I guess not. One of these should be blur, I would assume. But this here, let's see if we can find it. There's a blurring motion, I'm sure, and that's called smear frames. Ah, there it is. You'll find this a lot in animation, and I will say right now, when in doubt, smear frames usually help. I don't know if I would call this squash and stretching per se, and I don't know what smear frames would follow underneath the categories of principle of, but smear frames can help motion your blur. Exactly. You'll notice this a lot as we go through. For attacks or for really anything, if it's a quick action, it's gonna blur. So because her hand is here and her shirt is here, it's moving as an action. If I click play here, you don't really see it as much if you're doing it in the regular speed. So when we click on this here, we have instant jab. Look at that smear, and then it goes normal, and then she goes backwards, and then it goes down. So this one here might be possibly exaggeration. Did she go over? Not as much. But there definitely is some secondary action. And I'm wondering as well, if she does her arm forward, does it go back a little bit? A little bit, but it doesn't really go overhand. Interesting. Alrighty. We also have a quick combo right cross. I'll click play on here. Chop! Another smear frame, I'm telling you. I feel like half the knowledge is learning how to do smear frames. They're very fun once you get the hang of them. If I click on play here, we go back to our guy here. For her chop, she goes, winds up, so that's the anticipation she's preparing. She starts here, she goes backwards, and then bam! And does she go down or up in terms of exaggeration? Let's see. Down, and then back in. So if I click play on here, yeah. So we're seeing some things to note. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and do a draw here, And on our draw, I'll highlight these guys. So I would say anticipation's used, and exaggeration, and also secondary action is also used a lot. So we'll add those guys in there, because I think those are the things we're seeing as a common, what was it called? A common something. I forget the word. And are you sure she goes bam? What if she goes boom? Kablamo! I mean, I feel like this is a chop, a whack, that sort of thing. And leg mode, oh yeah. I feel like this is something you would get from watching or looking at people actually do the motion. Seeing the body move in different ways, this twist of the heels feels like just an action that people would do if they are moving their body. Twisting of those heels here. I'm curious to see as well. For this, you can see foot down, punch. That's the impact. That could also be maybe considered secondary action where the feet are hitting down when that's hitting down. And then you have turn, slide, back to what they were. If we go back to here, what are the feet doing in this one? We have slide, 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 turn, slide, slide. So it seems to be the case as well. And another thing too is the nice part about animation is you don't have to be clean with it. Like with how you can do the blur lines, what really matters is just getting the message across, regardless of how I was gonna save this, but I'm just gonna hopefully to drive my point a little bit more. There was one guy on here. No, it's not you. Who is it? Whomst is it? It was a guy with blue hair. I think it was you. Let's just let's see if I can find it. Nope, it's not that one. Where is it at? It might be the Dodge. But it's just something like this. Would you imagine? This would be in an animation. This is the full animation. But it doesn't look like that's in it, right? But when you go to look at the blur. What a beauty. It's lovely. This is from Fire Emblem, specifically the Sacred Stones. So let's see. Close that back there. Where were we? I wouldn't be surprised the animator someone and went, oh, now I need you to do a wham. Kablam. And hi Jazz Boy, welcome to the stream, welcome in. Another good thing to note is that these animations need to serve a gameplay purpose, so some of them have fewer frames because they need to be really fast. Interesting. I feel like in some cases you could just make them faster, but I could also see fewer frames to make them faster too. For example, if I wanted this to be super fast animation, I could just grab all of these guys, make them 2x speed, and now it's faster. But the thing is, the faster you go, the less you see. So I see your point, yeah. So let's see. This reminds me of how people would pause Naruto frames and go, you guys watch some poor animation, which taught me about at 13 about smear frames. Yeah, it's used in a lot of animations. Smear frames are an animator's best friend. So let's see. Next up, we have this one here, which is called the quick combo. Ooh, that's a pretty nice one. I also want to point out, I think this goes to the back or front. Look at the, let's see, twist. Look at that. Look at the pivot. We start here, that foot comes forward, that foot stays in the background, and the recoil, yeah, I'm feeling a lot of, what would you call it? I think it would be possibly exaggeration in the after effect. Oh, no, the follow through. That's what it is. That's what you would call it, I think. So I'll also mark that down. So we'll do, oh, not note. We need to do draw. I think that would be the follow through, the after effect when it gets pushed afterwards. So I'll also mark that down. So let's see here. If I click play again, and we just look at it, what are we seeing here? A slide, punch, and it also looks like there's a little bit of a hold. And I think they play the animation really fast too, though I haven't played the game in a while. I see. Yeah. Oh, do you mean this game specifically? Me neither. I haven't played it in a while. It's a thing of sometimes, or I can at least say, while these are equally spaced, some of them might have more of a longer pause. So for example, I can select this frame individually and make it super duper slow. So now this animation is a very slow pause compared to everything else. So that can also be a variable when it comes to things. So we have back here, she turns, hits with a smear, and then pauses, and then turns, pauses again, and then waits, and then pulls back. I think that's a really nice one. You can also see with the hair too. And lastly, we have a combo. And this game, I see, yeah. I'll have to take a look then. And held frames can be very effective. Yeah, it's all about timing. I think that's another, timing in motion. Wouldn't you know it? But learning how to hold something or release it or how to pace it, I think is super important. That's the thing of, oh, hold on. I can also take off my glasses. And I should really play this game. You should, yo. It's very fun. River City Girl says, I only played it once, but it's a fun game. The music's good too. So if I click play on here, look at that hit. Oh, another hit. Oh, look at all those hits. Alrighty, so let's see. I see 3 smears in total. I see 3 smears. I see her head spinning. I also see her body moving as well. Another thing to note is that for this pixel art style specifically, there are no outlines that you have to worry about. So whenever they want to add something, for example, make the foot thicker or smaller, they just slide the pixels up, which I think is super interesting. Not a lot of games have no outlines, so the fact that this pixel art style has no outlines is, I think, pretty neat. And I remember seeing that name before, I just don't remember how to say it. Nope. Could you possibly remind me a little bit? I don't remember. I know it was a tricky one, but welcome back, and welcome in. And the hair movement and clothes movement add so much. Yep. I would say it's that secondary action in play here. Let's see. We wind up, so that's the wind up again. We move backwards, and then we move forward, and that's a hit there. Preode? Possibly? And these animations are really good. They are indeed. There's so many if you're curious as well. You can find them all in the Spiritus resource. There's like boss animations. These are just the main characters. And if you're looking for more of a beat 'em up game as well, there's like uppercuts, jumps. There's a lot going on in this game. So if you're looking for action animations, this is a good reference. So let's see. She spins forward, she pauses, and then she moves backwards, takes a breath, and then she winds up. Or does she? Does she go for a kick here? Oh, she's normal and goes forward. Let's see. And then, another one out of the blue. Ooh, interesting. All right. So we hit, we land that punch, we hold it, we pull back again, I'm guessing. Yep. And then we go back to normal. And then what do we do next? So we start with a punch, and then we wind back. That's that anticipation we're saying. Wind back, hit. There we are. And does she stick her tongue out? I don't think so. I think that's just the mouth open. I think there's 2 main characters in the game. I think the other one would do that. She's more of a preppy type. This is more of a rebel, but they both punch and kick, which is super silly. You pronounce it right? I see. Lovely. And kind of look, yeah, when you say it, now I can't unsay it. Thank you very much. Let's see here. Once she hits, another pause. Look at the hair as well. And with the secondary action, look, her hair, she stopped moving, but her hair hasn't stopped moving. Now it's moving with her as she's going backwards, and then she goes back to normal. So if I click play again, look at that hair and everything else. It's just, everything is working with her. Even when she stops moving, everything in her body doesn't stop. You can even see with her shorts that it doesn't stop. It's still moving, even though the pause has finished. And characters in fighting games and punches and kicks, no way. Found it? It's called Overshot. Oh, I see. I thought it was this one. It could also be different names. Loose parts of the body, or is it exaggeration? The thing is as well, these guys on here, they might not be the actual names. People call them different things, but overshooting sounds correct. Yes, indeedy. And hi, Ame. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. welcome. Let's see. So with all of that said, right, from what we know now, we need to worry about anticipation, overshooting as well. And I'll add that as well, because I think that's the word I was looking for. I could not find it. So let's see. I'll do, let's see. Draw on here. Yeah. And I'll just draw on here overshooting. O-V-E-R. Overshooting. S-H-O-O-T-I-N-G. Overshooting. There we are. Okay. And a lot of animation principles overlap. Yes. That's what it seems like. A lot of them go hand in hand because they work so well together. That is something I'm noticing. Yeah. And why do they beat up? Who do they beat up anyway? In the game, their boyfriends get kidnapped, and so they go and they have to go punch people in the face and kick them down to save their boyfriends. It's a very silly idea. Let's see. Save it here. We'll go back to here. I don't remember who steals them, but I know they do get stolen. At the very least. Let me slide. Let's see. You go. Where can you go? Can you go here? Can I make you a little bit smaller? That way I can see a little bit better. Possibly there. Yep. The game's super funny. Let's see. Click here. All right. So with that in mind, right? A nice girlfriend. They are indeedy. They're both adorable. Let's see. We have you here, and then we go forward. So with that in mind, right? Maybe we can modify it a little bit. If we take a look at her animations again, and this one's from Curse and Chaos, let's focus on this one for now. And follow through in your animation after motion is ended. Overshooting is a subcategory. So we can still call it follow through then, since it's a subcategory. It encompasses everything. But yeah. And corrects the motion back into the base position. Interesting. Let me slide this over here so I can see it a little bit better. All right, so I say we try to go for a left hand. Let's see, what is this one here? That's a backhand. We want more of a forward cut. Something like this, I think, can work. So when you're punching and your hand moves towards the model in the last 2 frames, that's your overshooting. You're going forward and then a little bit backward, right? That would be overshooting. So let's see if I can find an example of overshooting. Let's see. Oh, I mean, here was overshooting, right? Where her hand went backwards and then it went forwards a little bit to finish on it. Yeah, there we go. It's all the way back here and then it moves a little bit forward back to where it should be. And whereas follow through would include your clothes dribble and going back to your body. Ah, interesting. Thank you for that clarification, Frost. With that said, we want a punch animation. So we have this one. We could take a reference at. This one's a chop. Definitely don't want to chop. This one's a spin. I think that's a little bit too advanced. You know, we're learning. We don't need to go ham day one. There is this one as well, which is that one. Yeah, I quite like the beginning of this one here. So the wind back and to the in and then pause. I like that. So we'll do that one. So what I'll do is I'll grab this guy here and let's break this one down a little bit more. So I should be able to copy this guy, do file new, I think, possibly. Will you let me do new? Oh, no, it will not. Hold on. I will do then, let's see. You're the tiger guy, you're that guy there, you're the skull here. Can I possibly just grab these guys? There we are. Hold on. Grab you. There you are. And then we'll do new tag. And we'll call this combo 1. And that's super helpful. Good, lovely. I'm really happy to hear it's handy. And some guys in the 80 really would. What if they're... Yeah, beat 'em ups are neat. I was never into them, but this game made me enjoy the genre. Let's see here. So with this guy, right, now that we have our mini combo, we can kind of see it a little bit more. It's a back and a hit. So when I thought about doing my end attack, right, what I did was, if I slide this guy down here, I did my right foot forward. So my front foot was forward. Where is her front foot at the end of her animation? If we take a look, we start off with this guy here. And does this guy go forward? It does not, it seems. Or at least the end, yeah, it goes forward. So this leg goes forward, this leg goes backwards for that hit part. So we click that, and then, oh, actually, it swaps, it seems, doesn't it? Yeah, ooh, look at that. That could be handy in the sense of you don't have to worry too much. It's a little bit modified, but it kind of just looks like they flipped it, and they just kind of slid it over, doesn't it? Seriously, I love it. How sweet. I'm really happy. And that's the thing. It's like, I'm very happy when things can be handy, as half the time I don't know what I'm doing. So it's nice when people can come in and who know, have a little bit of a better clue. Let me make this smaller again. It should be bigger on your screen though, if I make this a little bit bigger here, because I can't see. Okay, there we are. I think you're better there. So I did have the right idea to bring this front foot forward and that other foot backwards. That's good. And you can see, I can't really see, so we'll just hide that for a second there. Erase this here, and I'm just trying to get the idea going at the moment. For example, we can add this here for another foot. So if we go backwards, forward, is that what we're seeing here for this here? It seems to be the case we go from this pose, and another thing we can do, again, because this is references. The idea of references is that you're not supposed to copy and paste. You're supposed to study it, take a good look at it, and try to understand what's going on. This is her start pose, where it's backwards, and then we have her other pose. So if we go back to here, let's see, you there? Yep, there. So copy and paste. Oh, hold on. If it lets me, I want to copy you here and paste you here. There we are. Okay. So looking at these two, let me paste this as well. We have initially this one here, and this is our punch draft. So this guy here, I think it would be fine to also start it here and then kind of swap it around. So what I'll do is I'll slide you over here, slide that down there so I can see a little bit more. And what we'll do is we'll have this idea of the other leg, so I'll copy it as we already are using it. And the only issue is just making sure we stay with the model. And the thing is, that's a little tricky to do sometimes. I'm squishing this guy down a little bit to hopefully still keep it with the idea. We have this guy initially forward. So what I can do is just grab this guy, color him blue, and then do that guy there. Move that guy, let's see, back down here. So then that's there, remove that. And now that's kind of our legs where you're taking a step back. So we'll just go ahead and remove this guy here. Oh, hold on. Is this the wrong frame? Let me remove you there. Make sure you're locked. Yep. And now we're on this guy here. Remove you here. And little guy's learning from Big Sissy. Hi, Anne. Welcome to the stream. He's gonna do his best to learn how to punch. Let's see. And if we kind of add on the other details, let's see. So this foot, the front foot here, right? Back foot also seems to come in the back a little bit. And then we have a foot forward here. So it seems to be a sort of pose where the foot comes from the back end. So possibly something like that there. And there's also a little bit of a knee. Because it's so small, we can't really do a knee. Maybe we could do something like that there. A little guy. Don't worry, I got the idea. From there, if you see, this arm starts forward and then it goes backwards, I think. Oh, hold on, yeah. So you go backwards. as this winds back, this one goes forward. So we can go ahead and also move this guy forward. So let's go ahead and move him up here. We'll go ahead and rotate him. And we're just trying to go for the overall feel first before we add anything else. So I'll make it like that there. Maybe even a little bit forward, more forward. Because you can see as well, her head ducks down. Oh, there you go. Her head ducks down. So maybe what we can do as well is duck his head a little bit downward. Maybe a little bit like that there. And let's see, move that there. And then this guy would then move to, let's see, here. And then we have, let's see, here. So let's see, move about there-ish. Possibly. We can remove that there. I'm just trying to get a good idea first. And that's the reason why you would want to go with blobs first, since it allows you to not have to worry about other things. And then from there, I'm going to move this to about here, since this will be the other part of the arm. So this part will get moved forward. This part will get moved backwards a little bit. Possibly, let's see. Backwards, it looks like it's singular, so it gets a little smaller. And he really is getting molded, isn't he? Don't worry, he'll be fixed, I assure you. This back arm here is purple. So we'll use that guy there. So let's see. We start off with this guy, and the back guy is in here backwards because he's winding up for the punch. And then he pushes that punch forward there. If I click play, does it all look... It kind of works, kind of, sort of. I definitely think it needs modifications, but I think it's coming along somewhat. Wouldn't you say? It looks like he's trying to stab someone. Oh boy! That's terrifying. Let's see. We have that there, and then that gets moved there. I say, gold. Oh, gotcha. Hold on. Something like that. Yeah! Looks like he's... That could be a punch. I can see it like a da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh boy. Another thing I want to do, and... Don't worry, he'll be fixed. This is a temporary modification. He'll get better. He just has to get worse first. Let's see. I wanted to add in this guy here to have the background. Let's see. Move you here, make it a little bit more blendy. Paste you there. Move you about. Let's see. There you go. How about there? Does that equal that? Kind of, sort of. Hold on. I'll copy this here, then go to our next layer. Delete you here. And that's a new FNAF character. Oh boy. He's just a little silly guy. He's not scary. So let's see. From here, in this guy here, we'll lower down the opacity a little bit more so I can see. So I'm thinking, right, we have first that stance where he has a leg coming backwards, leg going forward. So that front leg comes backwards, that other arm comes forward. Let's go ahead, modify this a little bit more to see if we can make him a little bit better. So let's see. We kind of have this guy. And actually, before I do that as well, I'm going to make a duplication of this guy and then lock you so you don't get modified. Okay, so let's see. We'll first have our back foot coming downwards. So something possibly like this here and this here. And I'm wondering as well, you can kind of see this foot is facing towards us a little bit. So that's a little tricky. We could possibly do like this. The thing is, you have to take in mind the idea of perspective. So her perspective might not be the same as my perspective. So it's something to note. So right now, all I'm doing is I'm trying to reconstruct him to look a little bit better. Because right now, he's looking a little bit worse for wear, if I had to guess. And what color are you? I see. Got ya. Okay, hide you there. So let's see. He be hitting with the good old eyesore. Eyesore's special move. Let's see. So we have that there. And then we have this guy kind of backwards. So I think that's fine. It's kind of a bent knee forward. I don't know if we can do more of a bent knee. Possibly like this here. Let's see. Pull this out, loading maybe a little bit more. Something like that there. And it's the thing as well, because he's so small, you don't have to add a lot of detail. It just needs to feel somewhat right. And previous guy doing the river dance. Let's see here. Funny enough, because the game is River City Girls. Let's see. I'm thinking of maybe doing this here because it's going downward more. So let's see. I move that there. We want a foot, right? We're looking to add a foot. So maybe we can add a knee there. Knee there? Does that look like it could be a leg? Again, it doesn't have to be perfect because we're hoping to imply enough for the user to not even know what's going on. So we start here with maybe the legs. So the legs go here and then they need to push forward. So what I'll do then is I'll copy these legs and then let's see. Yeah, we'll copy the legs. We'll go back to here and then we should be able to delete you, paste you, flip you. Oh, hold on, not flip you. Hold on. Move you back to here. So let's see. You. And then this guy should be moved to the front. So that's where, let's see, that guy comes into play. So now this guy is, let's see, you're in the back now. So we'll move this guy up and over, about like that there. And then maybe we can just grab that too. Oh, nope, that's not good. So we'll just grab that there because, let's see, you're in the back now. Yeah, hold on. I'm zoomed in a little bit too much. All right, so we start initially like this, where this guy is in the front and you go forward. So you stay forward. So you would be red color there. Let's see. And you would be blue color here because you're in the back now. And I think he might have stubbed his little toe. Poor guy. He cannot catch a break, can he? Oh boy, let's see here. So we have this and then it turns into this. Now you can notice as well, it's kind of going back a little bit. That's not something we want. So we'll maybe move his foot here to make it look like his foot is coming downwards. So something like that there. So his backward foot, and then it moves a little forward. Maybe we can also try to add a little bit more knee here. So possibly we can add a little bit of knee here. And this is why animation takes a long time. Because can you imagine doing this another 8 times? Especially if you don't know what you're doing. Oh boy, let's see. Not even 8 times. Another, this is 2 frames. Imagine doing... Oh, where is it at? Where'd she go? All of these frames! Madness! But it's lovely. You know, the payoff is well worth it at the very least. Let's see here. And then 8 for... Yeah! Oh. Oh man! Let's see. Save this here. Let's see. We have you here, back, forth. I'm thinking, let's see. You need to come forward. So we're going to add your body back. Your head kind of bends down as well. So we'll possibly see about tucking your head downwards. So what we'll do is we'll move his eyes downwards. Something like that there. We'll move his ears upwards in an attempt to show off that his face is looking downwards. So something like that there. And if we do this, it might help it look like he's kind of tilting towards, or his head is leaning towards. Something like that. That he looks more like a Megamind, if anything. Which is not what we want here. I might have a backup. Yeah. What have I done? Oh boy. You know what? I'm just gonna... You saw nothing. We'll save that for later. I don't want to ruin already more than I have. He turns into a little Megamind. Oh boy, poor guy. Let's see. We have this arm here. We'll add in, let's see, this guy that wraps backwards, so that guy is forward. So we'll go ahead and move you. Let's see. This is arm, and then there's back as well. So we have that guy there fighting gamers to pay attention on every frame. He's fighting for his life out here. Let's see, something like that there. He's got a little arm there. And the thing is, there's back going on as well. So I'm trying to pay attention to the back. The back can also go, this can move around. You can see it is, what is it called? Foreshortening, where it comes either closer or farther away from the camera. This part of the arm is moving away. With the suit, he could be Lex Luthor. Oh boy, let's see. So I'm maybe gonna go up a little bit with this here, up a little bit with this here. Maybe round it out a little bit more to hopefully show it looks like he's making a hook. Something like, let's see, this here, and then maybe more like this here. Maybe we can do this here, that there. Maybe a little bit possibility of that there. I think that's okay. You know what? That's okay. That's fine, I think. It kind of looks it looks like he's pushing something. Doesn't it? No, it looks like he's pushing something. We'll go ahead and add this guy. Oh, hold on continuous here. Let's see. And here I thought we might be able to do 3. Well, I think punching is the easiest, just because it doesn't involve another tool. We're only using the body here, and we're already struggling, which is why I'm thinking maybe we could try claws after this. Possibly, though. With the current rate we're going, I'm not quite too sure. We'll have to see. So I'm thinking, let's see, part of the body here, and then we have a little bit more here. Oh, that does not look right. I'll be honest. He looks silly. Let's see. And have you ever seen Smack Studio? I have. I tried. That's one thing I want to learn. I want to learn Smack Studio, and I also want to learn Pixel Composer. I think there's another one called 3D Crocodile or Tile Crocodile. That seems like a great tool. There are 3 great programs that seem great for Pixelart, if I could learn it. But yeah, Smack Studio seems like it'd be super fun to try and get good at. Because if you can get good at a program, it's super handy. Let's see. This guy here has a lot of arm that's not getting used. So we'll see about just shading these in. We're trying our best to make it look like it's It's not too horrific here. And I've been reading on Pixel Composer at some point. I'll be reading, oh, I see. Once I've dealt with my current mountain, yeah, I really want to get good at it, but I don't have the time to because there's documentation on it, but a lot of it is like, if any of you know Minecraft, I would consider it something like that, Minecraft Redstone, where you gotta learn the rules and you make things up as you go. And I tend to usually follow tutorials when it comes to that, so that's not quite my specialty. Let's see here, that there. I usually follow. My invention skills aren't quite the best. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to see about just shading and things. To me right now, it looks like he's kind of going on a little merry walk down the road. Do. That does not look like a punch. Do you see the road? Oh boy, let's see. Let me remove that there. So he starts there. I tried looking into Pixel Composer. It seems like such a good tool. It's just doing it. Yeah, the node system. It's like with, what is it? After Effects? After Effects, great tool if you know how to do it. Usually you end up following tutorials on how to animate certain things. So let's see. We have this here, and now we have a little bit of the forward motion. So let's see. I'm also curious to see if I just copy this here, and then see about maybe doing just, gonna do a new layer on this guy here. If I remove our legs, which are already a thing, and we just kind of take the arms that we already have. So I'll slide this guy over here, and let's see as well. Her head also goes, I think, down and forward. Possibly we can also go down and forward here-ish. And then from there, we have that other arm coming through. This arm comes backwards. So we'll move this guy to be our little yellow guy. We'll move it also to be, let's see, something up maybe a little bit more because this arm's coming up. And this part of the body is now facing towards us. So it might be something more like this where we can see this side of the body. I'm using a lot of black shapes in an attempt to show off the shading so I don't have to do too much lighting. As this is tricky, I can certainly say that. Maybe something like that there where we can see the fist there. And that's a lot of muscle for a little guy. You don't need that much muscle. You're too grown. Let's see. Move that a little bit there. And just random burst of AoE tutorials. Yeah. Oh boy. I used to do so many. Let's see. Move this guy here. This guy will get filled in. Or nope, hold on. You are our, let me check the colors here. Our back guy is, let's see. Back guy is, yep, you're the front guy. You're yellow. And yellow goes backwards, so you're the front guy. So if I enable this guy here, move to this guy. Purple is the back guy, so you go about here. But we're making you the punch, so you can go about here, extend your body out there, about somewhere about there, about there. There you go. Okay, how about that? We'll also remove this here, so we're actually, never mind, not remove, just merge it down. And then we'll move that down there, move that down there, down that, yep, okay. How about that? Does that feel a little bit better? Exporting 5 seconds, oh boy! Don't remind me! Oh man, this is just 2 frames, the beginning and afterwards. I think another thing that would help is turning his head. We tried earlier, I think it's a little bit more possible now. Let's clean up just a smidge more. For example, remove this here, and then we have that there. That guy can come out a little bit more. Let's see, maybe about there, possibly. We don't want it to go out too much, so we'll just remove that there. And he's punching like Luffy now. I've never seen that animate before. I know which one you're talking about. I think it's called a One Piece, if I had to remember. Let's see. And I can see the motion now? Okay, good. Eventually! Though I like how, I think it might also have to be with shading, just in terms of lighting, because, yeah, these colors, I would need, I think, 2 colors. Yes, the One Piece. What I'm thinking is, because you can't see it when she's winding up, she then faces you. So for example, what I might do is, I might just remove this, make this go up and over a little bit here, and hopefully I don't remove him again. Let's see, or morph him beyond repair. Something like that, and then have the arm come out there. So how about, oh, thank you for the follow, Toak. Welcome in. Hello, gorgeous. Oh, I want to learn Pixelart. Welcome in. And just 1,145 current episodes. Just catch up. A nice stream. Should I follow? Well, thank you. And Mr. Oh boy, my favorite render almost complete. Nope. How about this? Does this help? Where you can see the face? If anything, and I can show you this as well. I do have this as an animation currently. Something I've noticed I like to do when it comes to animations is I enjoy swinging the head. If I can add a little head swivel with my animation, I find it super cute. For an example, if I can, if my mouse will show up on the screen, I can show you, let's see, walk, run, this little guy running. Oh, hold on, that's the wrong file here. Go to you here. Nope. Oh boy, I'm getting lost again. We have you here, and then let's see. I had to read that. Good. Lovely. Okay, let's see. You here. Gotcha. Okay. This here. Oh no, you're the wrong one. Hold on. Let's see. Is it you here, possibly? Nope. Oh boy. This is where controlling files is very handy. Let's see. How about here? Is that there? And oh, thank you for the description as well, Toak. Thank you. Oh boy. I'm still surprised you're able to trigger the thingamajiggy. That's wild. But thank you. Let's see. You here? I'm so curious why I don't see the big map I usually have, but that's okay. I can go into, let's see, because I think it'll be a good example. It'll be worth the time of me looking around. If I find his run cycle, is it run, I think? I think it's your run cycle. This little guy here, the run cycle I made from, you can kind of see, he swivels his head around. If I do a rundown animation, and by moving his head, I feel like it adds a little bit. No subscriber message. I'm currently working on the notifications at the moment. Toak, did you see something go? Hey, hey, baby, let's go! There you go. Does that suffice, Toak? It's a shame. I know this one at least doesn't have the audio, but he looks like he's going places. Yeah, I tried my best to shake the head. So I think if we can find a way to shake the head, it'll add a lot of floppiness when it comes to the animation portions. So if I go ahead and close this as well, we don't need you. Nah. If we can find a way to shake his head, as right now, he starts looking that way, we could even technically also make him look away, make him have like maybe his ears up here and up there, something like that there. Like that, it would show his head is nowhere near. So then you would add in betweens where his head would turn, and it suffices on my needs. Thanks. Thank you. Go places, do things, and I do that. Lovely. So when his head goes away, now he's turning around. Now he's facing towards us. So we might actually just move this here, move this down here, and maybe that can work out, and we don't have to actually modify his head. His head look, maybe a little bit like something like that there. Something like that. Oh, no, hold on. You can see here, that does not work. For some reason, that does not work. Oh, the ear, I see. Okay, if this ear is turning around this way and we go to the next frame, it wouldn't make sense to go up quite well. So maybe we can do, let's see, something more so like this here. Oh, hold on. If I can just grab the ear here, hold your horses, and move it down about there-ish. Move that down, fill that in there. How about that? This might be a thing where more frames are required. And are you animating check? Because typing his cringe puns? Good job. Oh boy, it's a suck. And make the head spin full 360. Maybe that'll end his agony. We're not snapping any necks. No! VIP banana squad. There's not enough, and I tell ya. Let's see. You have this here, and then you have the final punch. So we have this. I do not. Let's see here. So I think this is a good final pose. Something to also note is with exaggeration, right? You can see her fist gets bigger here. So maybe that's something where you can kind of see a curve a bit of the fist. That is also an option here. Let's see. Maybe we can do something like that there. Maybe even something like that there, where we can see the swing. So this looks more like a swing, if anything, where this guy goes here and then it wraps around. And then this guy goes backwards. So we need it to be possibly a little bit thicker back here so we can see more of the arm, possibly, let's see, that there, maybe, that there. We don't want him to have penguin flippers. That's the thing. I remember when I was trying to do walking animations and I kept giving them penguin flippers. That was never a good thing. And VIP banana! No, I say. Oh boy, and that's the case. I'm giving my thingy to Ed. Oh boy. And even the character clearly has a banana for an arm. No, that is no banana. That's an illusion. And but what if he was a penguin? Then we could put him in a little cute penguin onesie. How about that? Let's see. So we have here and we have here. I think this is good for 2 frames. We can kind of work on the in-betweens now and go from there. And then we can kind of hopefully clean things up. But I think this is the starting position. Could possibly work out. Maybe even a little something more before we get here. I think this is a good end, at least. A good punch hit. Cease. Oh boy, even the character color, yeah, cease and desist, serious. Let's see. This is our wind up, and he's kind of pulled back. If anything, I think we can make this possibly a little bit bigger for more of a wind up. So maybe we can have this arm kind of coming down here, where we can see more of the elbow here, something like that there, where we can see more of the arm. And what you would do, I think, is add then a darker color for shading. So you might do, and this is the thing of where shading could come into play, but you might have that where you can see the arm, and then you would see the arm pushing forward, and that would be in the shadow there as you're seeing this guy pull backwards. Yeah, something like that, a little bit. It depends. But that guy, yeah, you would use a darker purple to show off the difference in shading. And then this is the body here. I think for now, this is okay. Definitely better than we had, right? Initially, it looked like this. Need I remind you? So I believe, we're moving in the right direction. Oh boy, let me get some coffee. Let's see here. I shall not. Oh boy, horrible, awful. I can't believe you'd bring bananas into this conversation here. But it's super interesting to know just the idea of that swing really helps. Oh, somebody's asking for a knuckle sandwich and a swing under the moonlight from my boy. He's gonna give him the razzle dazzle one too. Banana punch plus 10 coolness. No, minus 10 coolness, minus 10 health every single time you think about it. Psychic damage. Let's see here. We'll add in, I think, a middle or up a 4, I think might be better. So what we can do is do Alt N, I believe, and it'll give us a copy of our frame. And then we can go ahead and modify this guy to look like maybe he's winding up a little bit more. For an example here, I feel like, if we go, let's see, her wind up is this, but she also does start here, and then she goes for the wind up. So I think starting as a default might be a little bit better. So let's see if we can go for more of a default feel with this one. And this is where, again, just having the idea of useful references but not copying one-to-one. In the example, the initial frame doesn't start with her standing still, but I'm gonna add that in. And we have banana and eggplant arm. Oh boy, I'll say eggplant's not too good. I'll select all of these, and I think I can do link cell, or is it extend cells? Nope, I want to move you together. How do I do that? Right click, extend, link. Usually these guys do a whole, oh, hold on. There you go. And then, let's see, you're these guys, yep. We'll say our River City G, yep, River City Girls, and very nutritious, no, not at all, I say. Then if I click link now, lovely. And then we'll also, oh, hold on. If it lets me, I would like to do, if I do like a paste here, will you allow me? No, doesn't want to allow me, which is okay. We'll paste it here. And then we'll do this here to show off a default. The thing is, this is also a default battle pose. Usually in, Street Fighter games, they'll have the character walk side by side. They'll go back and forth, back and forth. It's very silly, but they'll do like a little bit of a bob animation. I feel like that's what this is. There's a little bit of an idle back and forth when they're getting ready. Like, oh, come on now, punch me, I'm ready. We don't really want that. We want it like a Minecraft Steve, where he might be punching some wood. Or this might be before he gets his weapons. That's more of what we're going for, because we eventually do hope to go in different directions. So our idle pose doesn't have to be a back and forth, back and forth. I'm getting ready to attack you, look at me. I'm so cool, I'm infinitely going back and forth. We'll link that there, and that's good to go there. So what I wanted to do was I will, let's see, duplicate this guy here. That way we get our draft up and we don't have to worry about it. And I want to do more of a default. And the thing is, he's looking towards us and then he turns. I don't think I quite want that. I think I want him looking to the left a little bit and doing a little bit less of this swing. So I might do something more so like this, where his arm is here. And since his back isn't moving as much backwards, we can kind of shove this in a little bit. Something like that, I think. And I'm going a little bit off, but we'll see. Something like that there. Maybe we can bring in the foot a little bit as well to something like this here. Oh, hold on. What if we bring you in a little bit like that there? And we bring you also a little bit back in here. Something like that. A little bit like that. And wait, you made a game? Can't wait to not play it. JK, I'm playing it ASAP. I believe there's a demo out, if I'm not mistaken, Toek. Though, I believe you said, doesn't it not have sound at the moment? You wanted me to wait until it had sound, or didn't have something, and you wanted a good wait. My game requires skill, so it's okay, you avoid frustration. Oh boy, let's see. So I'll remove this here, and I want to have his arm kind of more so like this. Maybe even have the 3x3, so maybe even have this here, and then we'll have this arm kind of here. So something a little bit more like this here, where it hasn't come out fully yet, but but it's about to come out. Perfect. So you can kind of see the swing, right? The thing is, when the body swings, it tends to swing the head. It swings everything. It's like when you're swimming, where when you go to turn, and I wish I could explain it a little bit better, but your whole body turns as your arm goes forward. Your body turns as your other arm goes forward. So it's a lot of torso twisting you have to keep in mind. So we really need to twist that torso. Even here, right? Torso forward, torso away. She is going torso, torso, torso. So flipping the torso, super important. So it's like Necrotite Cafe for 70% of existence. I'll have you know, I know my game is difficult. Once I can purposely make it difficult, I'll take that as a compliment. But until then, how dare you? Blasphemy. So let's see here. Since this is here, we want to reel the torso backwards a little bit. So something we might do is maybe move this even backwards a little bit here. Maybe remove that there, remove that there, so it's a little less there. And his body can be maybe a little bit here. So it's still got a little bit going on, and we can go ahead and also add his face and banhammer immediately. Oh boy, let's see. I'll go ahead and I'll grab as well his old, let's see, this here. Oh, hold on, not there, not there. And I'm gonna grab his side animation here, you here, because I want a little bit of that. A little bit of the head. And then we'll move you here. And then we'll just do something like this. There you are. Like that. And we'll just hide you now, because you're no longer needed. Banana plus 10 damage. Banana minus 10. I told you already. Psychic infliction. Bam, bam, bam. Oh boy. And hydrate, sure. And flipping the torso is a good choice.
14
yes.
just redeemed
Torso.
hydrate.
If you can get the character to animate more, usually that conveys more. The thing you have to remember is, I think another fun thing, and thank you for the redeem check. Another fun thing about animation, another reason why I like it is because it can show so much character. For example, character A might not move the same way character B does. Character A might have, if they have a very upbeaty personality, maybe when they walk, they do a little bit of a skip, they do a little bit of a merry skip. But this other person, character B, they're super stern and serious, so maybe they stomp around when they walk. And that can add a lot of character without even saying anything, without even really doing much. The thing is though, excuse me, by making different animations and not making a default one, it's a lot of work, but it's super fun to add character to animation. I enjoy it a lot. All right, and minus 10 underflows back to max float. We win. No, that's not how this works. All right, water then. And get the water spray. I agree. You know, that would be a fun emote. Water spray. back, you heathens. Alrighty then, water it is. Oh boy. Does VIP mean a very inspiring person? Because I feel very inspired today. It can mean, well, I was going to say whatever you want it to mean, but I feel like someone would twist that into meaning very important banana somehow, very important potassium. I can see it, so I'll say yes, very important person, or very inspiring person. Yeah, let's go with that. Yep, let's see. Well, we have it here, right? Now his face is forward, and then it turns, and then it turns. So it does add a little bit, wouldn't you say? A little bit more? So we start here, and this guy could be a little bit more. I can see it coming. My 2020 vision does exist. Very intended peel. Yeah. A very important person who has no relation to potassium. Very sure. Oh, nom. Oh boy, let's see. We'll move this here. We'll move that back a little bit there. Maybe move it back there. Now, I think a point at the bottom could be good. It reminds me a little bit of what is it? That Terraria, where it's those the slidey arms, very important to potassium. No, that's what I said earlier. Very important to potassium, very inspiring. And why he makes such a small, cute little guy fight? He needs to defend himself. You know, if the school bullies come knocking, he'll be ready. No one will call him nerd anymore. It'll be cool. So let's say you here. And save that there. Violently intense peach. That's a good one. And make big cute guy defend small little cute guy. Oh, he'll get his, what is this thing? He'll get his licks in too. Let's see. We have this guy. Remember, this guy's coming forward. So we really needed to reel backwards. So if anything, maybe we can make this go down a little bit more. Something like that there. Maybe more of an arch to show off it is coming and it's getting bigger. So we go here, and then we go forward. So boom, like that. I think that can work. Truth be told though, it might have been better to do it the opposite way, because then we could add all the whooshy effects, can't we? But we can't do that here because we've already Though it does look like just that simple whooshy bit. It does look like he's doing something now. I don't know what he's doing, but he's doing something. I'm going off the banana vibe. No! Not at all! Oh boy. But if we flip the arm around, it could show it though. Would you consider a fist a slash? I don't think so. I think a fist might have that oomph kind of going in, something like that. Now he's an airbender at the end. So maybe not. His older brother's there. They're gonna 2v1, depends on the character. Yeah, it does. It does. These guys are supposed to be templates, so they're supposed to be pretty basic and can be true, you know, true. And what arc do we want him to follow? The thing is, right now, the other arm is the one pushing forward. So right now, the other arm's really in the background going this way. But if we made this arm, the front arm, the one that punches, then we could kind of have the arc go around because his body is swerving around. And vicious indeed, peeps. Oh boy. And I think, and this is just a feeling, but I think it's time to turn the stream. Never, not ever. Oh boy, that'd be awful. I don't know if we can though. I really already do like this current swing, but it's possible. And the arc can just be on the layer behind him. He's punching. Oh, this is our left arm, so the arc would be behind his body. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It might read, or it might look nicer to have the arc or the arm come from this side. So our closest arm, I'll say our front arm and our back arm. If the punch is the front arm, then we could have the arc here. But because it is the back arm, it would come out back here. So I don't know. Another thing is readability. So we could see it. Don't you say mean things to him. Oh boy. All right, ads are about to start, so let them do their thing. Let's see. And that's another thing too. I'd love to do a Pixelart blasphemy. I'd love to do another Pixelart setting to like special effects. I think that could be fun. Prime example is Terry's bodyguard punching. Terry? Aw, Terry. I feel like I've heard that before. Is it from Scott Pilgrim or is it a different Terry I'm thinking of? He punches off his left arm while dashing forward. The dashes are very tricky, I can say that. And this banana vibe gave me a violent rush. It might look nicer, maybe. Do you remember the girl's kick? Look at stream discussion to see how satisfying the blood kick was, even though most of the arc was obscured. Ah, true. The thing is though, Frost, you do have to remember as well, she's bigger, so she has more room to work with. Because we have a little guy going on, and oh, I do see what you're saying. Yeah, the kick. I know, yeah, all these animation principles you're linking, Frost, if you go to the website, they should all be linked there. If I go into, let's see, I can show you. Here, and then, let's see, resources, and I click on animation. Everything you're linking, at least those clips, are, when we did our animation study, I did link those. That is good. And Terry, Fatal Fury. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know too much about animations. Well, I don't know too much about beat 'em up. There you go, Frost. It should be able to leave in the playlist somewhere, but the things you linked should be somewhere along there for just animations in general. Let me close this guy here. Alrighty, I'll get some coffee, we'll get some water. If we have enough time, we'll do some stretches. So let's see here. You know why weapons or a tank, for example, look so powerful? Because of recoil. Add recoil to the punch and voila! Very powerful banana! No! No! Never, I say! Let me get some stretches in. So we'll go to the right. An explosion study would be a blast, Link. You know, we've done a fire study. I think, well, explosions would be smoke. So I say probably we'll do a cloud study before we do a smoke study. So I think smoke requires, or explosions would be clouds and fire. We'll go back a little bit. We'll go front a little bit. And gotta go, no worries. Proud, I believe, right? No worries. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by and helping as well and chatting for a little bit. We'll go to the left a little bit. Then we'll go to the right a little bit. Then we'll go back a little bit. I had to find the name of the attack, but look up Terry Bogard, Burning Knuckle. Sure. Hold on. Copy that there. And let's see. Clouds are always fun, partially because clouds in real life can look like render mistakes. Clouds are very fun. If it's one thing I've always struggled with. Oh, that guy! I've seen him before. He's super, let's see, super popular. Do I have is there a thing we can find? There is this GIF here. I don't know if it actually is the Burning Knuckles from Super Smash Bros. We can take a gander at if we click this guy here. Is this it? Or are you talking about a different version of him? Slow this down just a little bit. Yeah, I do see his punch from behind. He punches with the back arm. I do see it's a little bit blurry, but I do see what you're saying. Yeah, got ya. And that'd be interesting pipeline. Smoke, clouds, explosion. Yep. Well, it was more so fire, clouds, then explosion. Welcome back from the outbreaks, by the way. Alrighty then. Let us continue, shall we? So let's see here. That's the thing as well. Depending on the strength of the punch and depending on the strength of the character, it might also be a thing of how much can they push themselves? If they're super strong, maybe they're super sturdy. But if they're weak and they're throwing a punch, maybe their body overextends and he's flailing his arms about and he might trip and fall because he's pushing his body so much. That's another thing. And did you get a chance to see her kick? Yeah. I did see the lines you sent earlier. Yeah, the straight line. Trailing blood, the sense of the whole kick is a roundhouse kick. Yeah, and the rest looks like a swinging kick and more like a lunge and stab. Yeah. Thank you again, Frost. Let's see here. Okay, so we have here, and then we have this guy coming forward. And nope, I see. Okay, so we start here, we come forward, and then punch. Is that to follow through? I think it would go backwards. Well, it's going forward and then backwards. Okay, I think that's fine. This is more the default. And my opponent said the kick was the arc. Oh, I thought you meant it would look like a straight line. If I go back, hold on, let's see. Here, I direct this here for a quick second. I thought you were meaning that the kick went a straight line through to show like a line of action. You're saying the arc. So let's see, this one right here is the arc you're talking about instead. Let's see. I can see the arc, kind of like a round arc there-ish. That's what I mean, yeah, I can see it. Let's see, let me move it back up here and move it back to about here. Okay, so let's see. We have you here. We could possibly make this come out a little bit more. Maybe make this here, move that a little bit down there, like that, something like that there. Make his arms a little less painful on him. And the blood behind her shows the arc. Oh, a little bit of pixel behind shows how far her leg is moving. Let's see. A little bit of blood behind the arc. Do you mean this blood here? Let's see. Arc. And since Tem is weak, he won't have as wide as an arc with his punches unless he gets tossed forward. That's the thing. Because they're supposed to be, templates, I don't want to give them too much character. Just because they're supposed to be used by anyone. But we could always come back and do exaggerations like what we did for the expression study. The blood behind, yeah, that does make sense, Frost. Yeah. When we did expression studies, what we did was take a look and actually, let me see. Maybe make this a little bit lower, about here. Your neck does not look properly. Hold on, we'll grab your other body parts here. When we did expression study, we did a regular expression, and then we followed it up with the exaggerated both sides. Maybe we could do that again with animations, where we do the default now, and then we exaggerate a little bit later on. And so, since Tim is basically lunging with his arm, it'll be closer to what River City Girls does. Yeah, I can understand it. Let's see, this is here, and that's the rest of his body, and this is a line, so it would be more something like that. Maybe we'd move this in as well, back here, maybe a little bit back down, let's see, there, and this is arms, so this would actually be more so like that there, something like that there. I think that's a little bit better. The banner looks good, but the jalapeno may be 1 pixel to the right. Why do I understand what you're saying? And maybe a small arc right above his arm too. Oh boy, let's see. Right now, and I can also draw it as well. If I grab like a wider, no, let's do possibly red here. If I can grab a red. The line I'm trying to show off is we have a guy kind of going around here. So kind of arc there. And we also have another arc here. So it's kind of a full circle. And when I copy this and I move this all the way through and I link it, does it follow that sort of pattern? If we follow the first arm, this guy starts back and then he rounds forward and then he rounds backwards. So maybe not quite, but it does feel like it swings up and forth, right? And in the background we have swing backwards, swing forwards. So that might help a little bit. Jalapeno, eggplant, banana, talk, you're fundamentally reprogrammed my brain. And I'm back. How's it going up so far? Welcome, Hollow. It's going better. I can at the very least say that. Certainly much better. And you won't air spread my comments, just half of them in time. I need to go back to work. Oh boy. If you do, Toak, I hope you have a fun time working. Oh, Jalapeno. Let's see. I'm trying to make it so that it is his regular, more so stance, where his arm's getting raised. So it starts here, and then it winds up forward. That's the thing. I feel like this would be more of a wind backwards. Really far back, like he's winding up for an attack instead. So really, I feel like maybe this guy should come, let's see. Because eventually, it comes that forward and then it comes backwards. Yeah, I like this. Not this so much. I understand this because it's winding backwards and this guy's going forward. So my question is, if I zoom out a little bit, how can we modify it a little bit? This is a serious face. Let's see. And where the hand extends out with some pixels forward and then returns to the body. Yeah, this is, I believe, in boxing term, you would call it more so of a jab, where it's straight through. An uppercut is where it would come, the arm is up, and then downward would be your downward, all the different directions. So let's see. Okay, Mr. Complainy. Oh boy, let's see. So we have here, and this guy's revving backwards, which is why it's supposed to come outwards a little bit. My question is, can we possibly just do this in lighting so I can see it a little bit better? Something like this, where we can see the arm. So it starts here, and then the arm comes a little bit down around hook. Yeah, right hook, left hook. That's what this seems like it's doing at the moment. A jab would be when it's straight through, but if her arm is coming around to like here, then that's a hook. Jab is straightforward, right? I think, Mr. Jalapeno. I think setting the timing will help us understand the punching a little bit better so we can figure out the weight. That's a great idea, check. Hold on. I just want to figure out the flow of it, because right now something does feel off. We have our regular one, where he's just about to do everything, and then he has this one forward. So he kind of moves it forward and backwards. That's my thing. If we go back to the reference, right? We click on play here. Let's see here, and play. We have her pulling backwards. So let's pull backwards because her body is twisting. That's why the arm is coming forward. That does make a lot of sense. I get it, yeah. And if I click this one here and click this one here, yeah, okay, that does make sense. Got ya, okay, I think I see it. Set up 3 frames, lunge 1 frame, end of punch 3 frames. Should give us an idea of how the punch could feel before we add the juice. Let's see, a good idea. Yep, was trust. Oh, my apologies then. I thought I saw yellow. The colors, I'm getting confused. Thank you. Oh boy. Let's see. We have here, and then we have back. Was your comment above or no? Weird. I don't know how I got those confused. Odd. Let's see. So we start off with normal. This one goes forward as it's coming. I'm not even yellow. You are yellow to me, check. You and Toak are yellow. Frost is blue. Oh boy, let's see. Slide this guy here, backwards, forwards, and then he comes backwards. I see. Okay, so lunge 1 frame, end of punch 3 frames. So they're bananas? No, the yellowish green, I tell ya. Oh boy, no, nobody's a banana here. Let's see. I like this one. This one stays. This one here, I think it's the issue here. I don't want to use too many colors because I think we should be able to convey it without using too many colors. This guy here should have maybe some sort of, let's see. We look to this guy here. It's kind of a straight arm. So possibly what we need to do is have a straight arm like this here. Something like that there to show us that it is a straight arm. Something like that there, though maybe it could be more so like this here. Maybe that there. Because it's in the background, we don't need to know about much of it. Something like that there. It is an elbow, so possibly like that there. Maybe we can move it up then about here-ish because it seems a little bit too thick. So possibly we move that up. We move this up here. So let's see, you here. That's a little bit better. I think maybe we just add that in there, elbow there. Yeah, but that elbow looks a little bit funny. And I'm not a fan of the 90-degree elbow. I did remove it a little bit. I want to add, the thing is right now it's a curve. It looks like he's winding himself up. I do like that a little bit better. It shows more of the direction, but I think we can do a little bit better. That's the thing. I think maybe we can move this in a little bit. Let's see, you there. Yeah, maybe it comes down a little bit too because we're moving you down. So like that there, and then that's a swing. I can see that a little bit better, where we have it from here, and then it winds up, and then it pushes forward. And could you physically wind up punch for a second with your own arms? I am not a good puncher, I tell you. We're a wind up. Yeah, the wind up is, the thing is, this here isn't really on the realistic side, because it feels like the hand would be in front of your face. And you'll notice the back arm is raised a tad. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I'm not my body was not meant to punch. I'll say that much. So then raise a tad up here. That would be raised a tad. Something like that there. It would be this here. This would go up here and hydrate.
Check so underscore 14 just redeemed hydrate.
Hydrate, sure. Let's see. Water. Water, tasty. Thank you. Oh boy, let's see. So you here. Yeah, and then maybe you here. Possibly, maybe we can even add you out here. possibly up there, there. Like that, there. So we have you. I don't know about that. And of course, guys, please let the artist cook. This is the start of the process. It will get better. Oh boy, it depends. Sometimes, you know, trusting the process helps. Sometimes not. But I do appreciate the help. This is definitely, at least these study togethers are more about a collaborative effort. And can we have the shoulder explicitly be raised a bit? Hi, is it Columbina? Welcome to the stream. Hi, hello. The shoulder raised up a bit? Let's see. If I move this up here, do you mean? Something like that? Where it comes here and comes here, like that? And I think it's very difficult to, yeah. The thing is, it's a small resolution, so we can't do too much, and we don't really have to worry about the specifics too much, because it's so small and fast, we don't have to. And were you here before? If not, banana. Oh boy, tossing those around like bombs. And hi, is it Tana or was it Tanel? Welcome into stream, welcome back. And in real world, one hand punches whilst the other guards the face, but this is fine for a game. Right now, we're basing it off of the game from River City Girls. These animations here, specifically, oh, hold on, not that one, this one here, we're beat 'em up. The thing is, I think the faces aren't covered because it is a game. Usually, you don't want the faces covered because you want to see the face and expressions of the character. And where did you see banana? Oh boy, top left. Let's see here. And, okay, I did good. Yeah, yep, I did read those. Yeah, okay. Let's see. If I click this here, this guy goes up. This guy might come maybe down a little bit. Good point. Let's see. It reminds me about the idea behind helmets and armor when it comes to, what is it, knights? How the good guys wear helmets, bad guys don't wear helmets because you don't want to sympathize with the bad guys. Maybe this arm can come a little bit down here, something like that there. Or this guy's kind of leaning out, so maybe we can see it kind of winding up and backwards in that regard there. Maybe something like that. So we have this here, where it looks like he's winding back up. We can maybe even also see some of that guy there. We're seeing more of the back of the body. Yeah. So I'll do a little bit of lighting, hopefully, in this area here to show off back arm here. Maybe even more so something like this here. Something like that there. Does that look like it could be a back arm? And I'll gladly take the credit. And we managed to insert the forbidden fruit into our subconscious. No, nah, I don't know what you're talking about. I can't hear you. Let's see. We have, this is the wind up. This is the back of the arm, possibly like this here. And maybe we could even do this guy here, this guy down here to show off more of it. And maybe we could do that, or I guess that would be there. So we have this here, wind forward. I think that works. And from base pose to wind up, how does the front arm change? We have right now this guy here that goes forward. It goes forward and then it goes backwards as it's winding up. This guy's winding back. So this guy would be, let's see, you here might go up a little bit more, about maybe here, possibly. We're coming up a little bit as we're getting ready to punch. And the thing is as well, you could make it pointy because he's supposed to be super duper dangerous. Also looks like he's now punching twice, which I don't like. We only want the other one to feel like it's punching. And try doing a punch pose. How much does, I can't really do a punch pose in my current setup process. I'd be hitting my monitor. So it's a little tricky. I would say, as I said before, usually you would want to act these out, but because of such a confined space I'm in, using my whole body is not really a possibility. No worries. Punch the banana out of the monitor. My monitor's done nothing to ya. Oh boy. Let's see. Yeah, acting things out. Imagine your Madonna. My monitor's done nothing to me. Thank you very much. This guy, as it's winding back up. So you start normal, we wind up. So really, it seems like this guy wouldn't even move too much as we're winding up. So actually, I'm gonna move you down a little bit here. Yeah, and we'll close you there, move you back down there a little bit, move you back down there, move you there. Let's see, you go here, and you should go up a little bit because also, you know, your elbow doesn't have to be that all the way down there. So something like that, I think. So here. Oh, hold on, here. Yeah, something like that maybe. And you call yourself a League player. Hold on now. Oh boy, that just sounds like such a terrible word. We have here, this guy comes backwards and then forward. This guy here, he comes forward as this guy's going backwards, so it just naturally wants to go forward because we're reeling up a punch. This guy's not punching, he's just holding himself together. So maybe even we can move this here and here to show he's not really ready for an actual punch here. Maybe even that there. So let's see, here, Possibly. It looks super silly is the issue. But it's going to look super silly because they haven't done this before. So let's also, that's fine. We have this here, we have this here. Yeah, it's because he's so small. But we can also look at more references too. I want to see if we can initially have an idea of what's going on. Let's see. We have this guy here. It then bends backwards. So it comes here. It spreads out a little bit. So maybe instead, right, we can have this guy stepping backwards. Maybe we can keep the other leg here. So copy, let's see. You here? Oh, yeah. So can we get a better read of what the punch feels like? Could you set frame 1 and 3 to triple time instead? 1, let's see. Speed up. I can do double speed. Let's see. New frame speed. That there. That does feel decent. It does. I think it might be that front arm that's the issue a little bit here. Not too bad though, I can say. I don't know, I meant turn their speed to 1/3. I see. In 2 hours? Yeah. And again, imagine doing this in 4 different directions. I didn't think it was gonna take this long though, I'll say that much. Let's say a 1/3 speed. I can do like the 0.5 should probably be fine. 0.5 here. No, that's not too bad, I'd say. It does feel like a punch. Maybe the issue is the punch is going lower and it needs to go up more. And hi, is it minus? Welcome into stream, welcome in. And it's just because you're making sure it's right the first time? Yeah, the thing is, I said it earlier, you don't really have to pay too much attention to it because it's super small. But here I am, paying extra attention in detail. So I do want to make something I feel like could be pretty fun to do. Maybe we can even make it, I feel like that's better. I think that's better than a swing. This sort of jabby motion might be better. I think low is fine. Punches tend to angle a tad down since they're using gravity, especially amongst people. The thing is though, imagine he's versing like a big, mean, angry, bad guy here, yeah, and he's fighting him, and he's got like a, yeah, that guy. Are you gonna punch down with that? I feel like straight might be a little bit better. I know that is a setup for tabletop roleplay game. This is just an excuse. It's just an excuse to try different things this month. And let's see, something about small pixels triggers creative brain when it doesn't look right, but it's not wrong. I can understand that too, yeah. Let's see, I can, at the very least, right? I can copy this, remove it, go back to the swerve we had. So this here, I believe, was the swerve. And I'll do a, let's see, I'll duplicate this guy, duplicate, I'll then delete this, and then paste it here, and then I'll go ahead and move this guy down by 2, and move this down by 2, and move this down by 2, like that. I think, just from a feel-wise, the straight jab feels better, because he's supposed, well, yeah, I think the jab works a little bit better compared to the swerve, because it, yeah, jab. I'm seeing jab more. And wait, look at the river circles. Yeah, the thing is, she's doing a curve, I think, because this is bigger. And she straight up drew to look. Oh, silly. You also have to keep in mind the sizing. They can do more because they have more pixels. I think the jab is easier to convey than this. This feels more like a slash. The thing is, we could also go with an arc. So we could do, for example, here at the end, some sort of whooshy arc here to maybe show it off more, a little bit more like this here. Hold on, something like that there to show off its arcing. That could work too. And she's doing a hook. Yep. She has her legs more grounded so she can do a straighter. She has her legs more grounded so she can do a straight punch. Yep. I guess the hook just because this is bigger. So this is coming more towards us. It can also just be exaggeration because the fist is the thing you're looking at. The thing is, just looking at these two, I kind of like the, yeah, the thing is, if it's a jab, then the torso wouldn't twist because there's no need to, or it wouldn't twist as much. So maybe just because we're trying to keep up with exaggeration, the hook is better because we want to show off a lot, and we'll need to bend their knees lower for the lower punch to make more sense. That's the thing. You'd have to know, what is it, boxing and stuff, and I don't know quite too much. And we don't really even have knees here. So it's also a little bit tricky because how do you do knees on this little guy here? It's not many pixels to work with. So let's see, I'll go ahead and delete this because the jab was a nice idea, but I like the curve punch better. And once I looked at the theory behind it. So we have this here, and then we have you coming back. And I love how there's one person helping and the rest are rambling. That's usually how it is. Let's see, we have you here. Maybe well, for a straight jab, you wouldn't need to pivot your legs like she does. It'd just be a step forward. Interesting. Huh. Yeah. Maybe one of these days I'll have to give boxing a try, if only to do it for research purposes. Let's see, that leg there, maybe even a foot about here. So we have here, here. I see. Okay, so maybe we have you moving in back here a little bit here. Maybe that leg can come down a little bit here. Maybe about down there-ish. So you go here, and then you go out there. It's not too bad. Maybe we could do foot there. Nope, that doesn't feel right. Something is off. Something is not quite right here. Yeah, you feel like you're already on your back leg. We want it to be like that, but that looks like a triangle. And still requires having a lighter back foot. And one thing you can try is ensure that the back foot in all cases is always slightly raised. The back foot is slightly raised, I say, as I don't make them slightly raised. Something like that then. So let's see, raise, move. So we have this here, this guy slides. And I definitely think, let's see, this here to this here, something about the red foot, the front foot, that doesn't feel quite too right. Maybe if we do this here and do that there. So it'll be here, here. I feel like that might be a little bit better. And then it goes here. Yeah, maybe that could work out a little bit better. So here, we turn it in. So it might even go about here, here. Let's see, about there, there, there. Let's see. And breaking news, an eldritch being arrested for beating people up in the name of science. More at 5. No. I don't know violence here. This is all in the imagination. And I think what surprises me in the animation the most is the feet swapping in an odd way. Yeah, that's the thing. It's the, what is it? If we go back to here and we look at, let's see, this guy here, we initially have front foot and then twist and then raise and swap. And there is a bit of anticipation there. Like you can tell when she's gonna do it. And then it swaps back when we're done. It goes back to what it was. And sharpening the outline of the eggplant. And the second frame can help bring back the implication of being behind the core rather than ahead. And someone draw Eris in a ring boxing. Oh boy, you think I'd use boxing as my fighting style of choice? Let's see. I think this might be also a little bit more helpful to do something like that there. So something like this here and then that there, where it looks like it's turning, I could say possibly. And hi, Mordor. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Let's see. Outline behind the second frame. Your second frame, this one here. Sharpening the outline. I see. Making this guy sharper maybe like that with this guy here. The thing is, I want to go for more of the shading, and it's just a side quest episode. I see why it works for River City. She's doing what Ami says. Let me scroll up a little bit. Baby art is kind of displays it for limited pixels. Let's see, scroll up a little bit. You wouldn't need to pivot your legs. It'd just be a step forward. She'll elaborate a little bit more, and she's taking a very sharp step forward. Yeah, there's a twist, and then there's a step. Yeah, step. Maybe we can do, let's see, this possibly here, here, here. Make it a little bit bigger, like that there. So it goes there. Possibly, oh, you know what? We need her to raise, right, okay. So from here, she needs to raise her foot up, and then it's a down. That's the thing we're missing at the moment. We need a raise foot up, and then a down. That's the missing part, because we have a here, we have a twist, and then we have a down. So this guy would need to have a down, I think, in order to add it. So if I save this guy here, and I do Alt, let's see, Alt, Alt, N, there we are, we make a copy. This guy, I believe, is the one, the red one, I think, is the one that goes up, and we need another mid frame to show the legs having at least some direction towards the front, maybe? We'll see, let's see. I'm thinking we need a frame where her leg does this. You can see it coming up. Right now we have the turn, or hers isn't even a turn, but mine's is a turn, where hers goes down, up, and then it goes up. I need an up one. And how does River City Girls suggest leg motion forwards? Let's see. If we do this here, we have this backwards. That's backwards. We have this here. That's a twist. We have this. That's forward, or leaning forward at the very least. We have this guy here, and that gets swapped. That is forwards. This front leg goes swap like that. That's some swoosh action right there as it's getting swapped around, and then it gets flipped again. And are you planning on doing more of these and putting them? Yep, I am 100% check. Yep, that is the plan. When I work on these template guys, the hope is that, or at least the animations wise, we did the clothing study, for example. I didn't put those in the template packet because I don't think they'd be too handy, especially because that was for learning purposes. This year, I want to refine and then add, because I do need to add an attack animation to the template. And the legs have a lot of anticipation. 3-step frames to the back leg and 2 steps implying front, and then both swapping. Yep. So that's what I'm thinking. Anticipation. This guy gets raised and comes up a little bit forward here. So possibly something like, let's see, this here, maybe move that down a little bit. Let's see. This guy comes up about there, maybe there. As this guy gets pointed downwards, maybe about that there. Maybe even that there, that there, that there. Possibly like that. Let's see. Or maybe that even. That looks like a big leg. Hold on. And where is the punch aiming? Straight into my heart. How cute. And the bananas. No. No bananas nowhere. Telling you. No bananas and no hearts. Let's see. We have that coming backwards. This needs to come up and forward. So maybe we could even make it smaller as it's coming maybe like that there. So we go here, here. That might be too much of a change. So let's see. I'll copy this guy here. Go back to the next frame. Delete this guy here. Paste this here. Come up a little bit. Maybe slide you over a little bit there. Maybe even do something like that. So let's see. We have you here. You here. This kind of slides. And maybe then it would come forward. So maybe we could have the heel come in there. That come in there. That come in there. That looks like a calf. A little bit of charging power, yeah. And those River City girls raise her legs up and forward in setting of anticipation. Oh, I did read that already. We're good, good. Let's see. Move that there, and then there. Twist, and then up. Yeah, it's that up that's a little bit tricky. Maybe we can have it come, let's see. We do something like that there. Does that look fine? No. It's this raise that I'm not too sure about. This has a raise, a semi-raise at the very least, where it slides, and then it comes forward is the thing. It comes up with the heel. I'd like it if there was a little bit of a raise in there. So we have this guy here, and then it comes upwards. We could try that. I'm not opposed to it. Let's see. Delete that there, paste you there. So it comes forward a little bit, and then it goes up a little bit. So it kind of comes up on the heel, something like this there. So something like, let's see, you here, twist, then that comes up. So maybe we can even move this up a little bit here, as this is coming upwards. So grab that there, grab that there, grab that there. Her back leg raises and bends. What does the front leg do to support the motion? You should be able to see, Frost. The back leg raises and bends. Oh, well, I'm not worrying about the front leg right now. I'm working on one thing at a time. Right now, we're worrying about this leg right here. So let's see. We have this one here, and then it twists, and then it comes up. Yeah, this feels a little bit better. We have this here, and then it twists, and then it comes up. Maybe a little less on some edge here, possibly there. So let's see. Twist, up. No, definitely it needs to move to the other direction. So possibly, let's see. Does that feel a little funny? Let's see. You here, twist, up. Yeah, we want it to kind of slide up, so definitely not there. She digs the front leg in when she's getting ready to spring her back up. I'm trying, let's say. So like they can work in conjunction. Yeah, let's see. Twist, up, yeah. This needs to go. The issue is it's so small, it's a little tricky. Let's see. Click here, and then we have twist, and this guy goes up. The knee comes forward. We don't have a knee to work with. He's so tiny. Let's see. Knee. More knee. We need to add more knee. Let's see if we can add more knee. Something like that there, but it makes him look like a horse, which is not what we want. Let's see. Add that there, add that there. So we have this here, this here. Yeah, okay, hold on. Let's try again. I got an idea. And oh boy. Horse girls always. Let me go ahead and copy you there, paste you there. Okay, so we know this comes forward and sliding, but it's the knee we have to pay attention to. So maybe this comes, maybe she comes downwards because the knee's going downwards, right? So down, she does kind of go a little bit downward. Her head is going downwards. And how you type faster? Oh boy, let's see. So maybe we could do something like that there. And then we have you here, and then we have you here. Something like that there. And then let's see. And hey, there's nothing wrong with like horse girls. Horse girls are adorable. I quite like, what is it, Gold Ship and McQueen. They're fun to look at. Let's see. We have that there, that there, that there. Maybe even that there. It looks too thunder thigh. That's the issue here. But the knee, yeah, it's tricky. We have this foot here, this foot here. Hold on. Let's see. You here, you here. We need a bent knee. That's the issue at the moment. How bend knee? How do? I would imagine the knee would come maybe here and then down here. Something like that. And then this would be your foot. So possibly, let's see. We could do this. Maybe getting away with that. And then this would be maybe your back foot kind of coming up. So possibly like that there, and then that there. So it would be maybe that there. That's not too bad. it's still very silly. I can certainly say that much. Maybe something like this here can work to show bendney. So something like, let's see here, twist, pull up, back, forward. I could see it being a thing. And the thigh be kicking like a thunder thighs. Let's see. I think this works for now. We have this here, we have that, and just been a couple of pixels. There's so many pixels to bend, that's the issue here. Let's see. We have you, we go up, and was it raise up or down? Because this right now is going down as they're bending, and then they're popping up again. Up, up. Yeah. I think the thing is let's see, you go down, and as you're going down, what else happens here? Let's see, you here slide, and then you come backwards as you're coming up. Let's see, you come backwards, and could you share the current sprite's frame with study me? I want to try working along at this point. I could not share the whole file itself. Let's see, it's a little tricky because exporting and everything, maybe after the, what is it? The ad break? We're a little bit far away. Not the file, just a selected paste. Yeah, that'd be a little bit. And it wouldn't be as noticeable in motion, it should be fine. Yeah, and I'll just talk about needs makes me want this certain. Let's see here. Current sprite frame? Do you mean this one here, Frost? I can certainly send this one if that's what you mean. That there. And then I can file, export as, can I do that? I don't even know. Copy, can I paste that? Let's see. You here? Oh, I can, lovely. That there, okay, there we go. Yeah, I realized. Okay, let's see. Where were we? Yep, let's see. Okay, so we have this here, save, we have this here, wind up, leg forward, this here, that there, and then forward. And since this guy is coming towards us, we would actually need to do, let's see. If anything, maybe it's fine to have this guy work downwards as he's coming down with the foot there. So that guy's coming backwards, so we're seeing less of the foot. So we have, let's see. And those in between frames look like he's dancing. Little shimmy shuffles. Let's see, we have this here, twist, and then forward, and then back. I think that's okay. Yeah, twist, forward, backwards. And in this one here, where we're winding backwards, this would come backwards a little bit more, I think, to emphasize what's about to happen. So you might even do maybe something like this to show off it's a what could be, what will be in just a short moment. Possibly something like that there, that there. So let's see. That looks a little bit too long though, so maybe we can move it in a bit more. So something like that. Nope. It just looks like a little wobble. Oh no, that's no good. Maybe we do this here and that comes out. So maybe we can do it a little bit in more. He's got the whams and spals. Good, let's see. Maybe we start here. Let's see, that there-ish. And then let's see, you there, and then you there. So we can kind of have it come outwards. So I'll copy this guy for now, and then move this guy here. Hold on, undo, redo. You'll be this arm, and then I'll grab this arm here. And wider first will imply more power? Ah, interesting, wider first. Huh, yeah, that would be, what would it be? Anticipation, I think, right? Let's see, move that there, and then we'll go here, and then wind up. Yeah, wider first, interesting. So wider and then narrow? Huh, we can try. And then I'll remove this guy here, delete it, paste it here, and that would be that there, that there. I can even remove a little bit of that there, possibly even that there. Move you over that there, that there. How does that look, do you think? So we have here. Oh, never mind. It didn't even change. Oh boy, hold on. Wider first. So we move this in a little bit, about there-ish. Let's see. Something like that? I think the opposite might work a little bit better, where we're seeing it wind backwards, possibly. But we can try both. Let's see. So we have this here, and I want it to make you smaller. And was it wider first or wider fist? Both are applicable. Let's see here. Move you that there, move you that there. And I just wish I could show more arm. The issue is just sizing, makes it super tricky. Let's see. Maybe move it back like that there. So you here, you here. Maybe we could even do something like this here, where we don't see all of it quite yet. So something like that there, where we're seeing it kind of slowly come outwards. Maybe we can even have that there for more of that there. Wind that up, and then it winds up more as you're going downwards. So we come down here. And oh, your head, it is now broken. Sorry again about that. You know, we do a little bit of surgery around here. You'll be okay. You're in good hands. Don't you worry. I'm just gonna remove that shading there. There you go. Let's see there. We have that there, that there. So maybe here, back, back. I want it to come out more. So possibly we can do more about out here, like that. And she said no neck snapping, and then wham! Yeah, that's not neck snapping, that's neck fixing. Thank you very much, and thank you for the follow, Dark Wolf Flames. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Welcome to attempting to learn some animation here and there. Something like that there, possibly. So let's see, you here, back, back, and then punch. That could work. I think the back punch is maybe not as snappy, and blem, blem, blem. Let's see here. So you're standing still, and you're back up, maybe even more so. Let's see, move you down there. It's tricky. Back, back, yeah. And as a vertical bigger fist, like Popeye's. Oh boy, let's see. We could try. Maybe something like this here, that there. So bigger fist here, like you're about to go. Oh boy. That could work. That's not too bad, truth be told. Something silly. And hold a Tim with his head backwards. Is he supposed to do that? Tims are very flexible. They're like clay dolls. You can't break them. And for setting the time frames, like double clicking, I like double clicking for setting it. I do double click from time to time. I know I also have a plugin for something, but thanks for the tip as well, Frost. Let's see. So save that, slide forward, back, you there, back. I think if the arm's getting raised, I think this guy should go upwards. So that it looks like it's going up in the arm. So something like that there, that there. So we have you, and then come backwards. I see. You need to come upwards too. So we'll move you, let's see. Here. Grab all you guys up here and slide you up about there-ish. I believe you were here. I think you were there. I think you were there, possibly. Maybe even not there. Let's see. Yeah. There you are. Yep. And then you would go here, and that would go here, like that. That kind of makes him look like a monster in a way. And the whole animation, the work in progress, looks great. Thank you, Tannel. You never told me, was it the first one or the second one? But the ear moving around a bit? Oh yeah, we'll fix the ear. Don't you worry. Well, oh man, will we fix the ear? We will certainly get there, as yeah. I don't blame you one bit. And first one's fine. Oh, thank you. Oh, all right, okay. Tannel, got ya. Lovely. I'm glad I got a little bit of clarification. So let's see, something like that, or I think rounding it was cuter. Something like that there. So we have you wound up, or wind up, and then we have you, oh, hold on, you have a pointy head. You don't need a pointy head. Wind you up, it comes backwards. Let's see, you go there. It gets bigger though. We want it to kind of come, let's see, possibly downwards a little bit. Possibly you go down here, you go down there, and then maybe even go down there, like that. Yeah, so we have you, backwards, hit. I like that. Now everything else we have to fix. But I think this is fine. We have you, bigger, you. I think that's good. If anything, we could also possibly make this a little bit bigger. So let's see if we can make it a little bit of a bigger arm. Something like this here. Something like that there. Maybe even something like that there. Oh, hold on. We don't want to do some funky frames here. We also don't want penguin, so it's a little tricky. Something like that there, I think. Oh, maybe make this a little bit bigger too. Possibly something like that there, that. Maybe something like that. And which Discord channel is the one you should check in the end of stream? If one of the mods could add Santa Paw to the right one, that'd be great. And I didn't know you were cooking knuckle sandwiches. Oh boy, let's see. We have this guy, which is more of a whoosh. We're not looking for more of a whoosh. We're looking for more of a sort of straight line. So I do like this. So hold on. This a little bit more. Maybe we can add maybe that guy there. Put that there. Less flippery. Let's see. Move you back there. Maybe even imply that the more arms coming from back there. Like that. That could work, though I think something's up at the front a little bit. We'll possibly move this up here. So we have you. Yeah. I like the teardrop shape a bit more. Interesting. Yeah. This one, I think I might have to agree. So you mean, let's see. This one, the one it was initially? Or this one's a pretty good teardrop. And then there was, let's see. This one too. Yeah, I think bigger arm. Great idea. It was just everything else that came after it. This looks very, what is the word I'm looking for? Because it would come out about here-ish. So it would be, maybe that can work. Something like that there. I think that can work better. And this one's the best. I see. Yeah, I agree. I think this one here, unless we made a different one and the time has changed already. Oh boy. Yeah, I think this one can work our purposes where we have this swing, front swing, like that. I think think this is good, good, good. Lovely, lovely. Thank you. Okay, so we have the arm. We have just about the body. We have the twist. So here, I'm thinking arm. Since this is less in shadow, we have you here. And then you, because you're twisting, you would get less here. So you would see here, and let's see, you here. And then as we're twisting, we're losing less of that light. So it gets twisted. And if anything, maybe that guy would come out a little bit more. And if anything, maybe as well, maybe we get a little bit more back here. So we have you. Hold on, let's see. So we have you. Oh, that just looks like his arm's coming out. That's not what we want at all. We want it to look like he's twisting with the rest of his body too. So maybe what we can do is just move this up, possibly. Like that there, move that down. Let's see, where were you at? You were there, so you get moved about here, I think. And then that comes here, and then we have that there. And we could possibly add a little bit more line, a few more lines along that line there. Something like that. So we have, let's see, you, not quite. And share it on chat for everyone else as well. If you guys want to follow along, we can share off-topic memes. And yep, thank you, Frost. Let's see, you here, left, and then wind back. Yeah. See, it doesn't look like it's twisting. The bonk and bonk is look crazy. Oh, thank you, Jack. And the specific outputs to study with me is that I tagged there. Got you, Frost. Oh, well, the thing is, it's like, we'll take a look once it's at the ad break time, so about in 20-ish minutes. And then we can upload, we can see. So the thing is, it's like, I didn't even know this would take 4 hours. It's already been 3, practically. It's wild. Let's see, you here, and then when this comes out, this needs to come more into light, possibly. So maybe we can do something like that, or this here, right? And yep, thank you. Let's see. So you go here, let's see. Yeah, okay. I think this is fine to keep it as this. Hold on, let's see. Redo all of you guys. It's just shoulder. So we start here, and as we're twisting, we should see more of this part of the body. So I'll grab this color here, paste it here. So this guy gets a little bit more shown. So we go from, let's see, here to here. Maybe we can even add a little bit of darkness here. So here, where we're seeing more back being shown, possibly like that there. But if that's the case, the arm probably should be up a little bit more since it's coming upwards. So possibly what we could do and have happen is to grab this guy here and do, let's see, you, and then grab all of you, because the arm should go upwards more about up there. Yeah, and then that would come backwards, and then that would be the arm back here. Something I think like that would be a little bit more on action. So we have here, but still looks like it's expanding, and I'm wondering why. We have here, this, and then it should look like it's sliding, like we should maybe see, maybe more of this should be outwards, something like that there, possibly. So here, yeah, it just looks like it grows inside. So I might even have to do that. Here. Now it definitely looks like it's growing bigger. That's not what we want at all. So I'm wondering, tricky. Let's see. We see a lot of front, not a lot of bottom. So maybe that's the name of the game here. So we undo here. And I should just let you click. I've been writing suggestions and then you're just implementing like a mind reader. Oh, hold on. I appreciate them. Oh boy, it's a thing of just, the more I do it, the better I get at it intuitively. It just might take a good second to get all warmed up for the day. It's just the backlight. We want to show the twist. This guy's getting bigger. We want it to seem like it's a lot of arm happening here when it's winding up. It's just the issue of the arm doesn't look like it's winding up. So something like this might show it's kind of coming backwards. Right now, it looks like it's getting bigger. We want it to look like it's coming towards us, is the pain at the moment. So maybe something like that could work out a little bit better. Here, no, it's just getting bigger. And can you think of banana? No! Oh boy, let's see. It would need to come down, I'm thinking, possibly, just show off. So let's see. You would possibly have to come out a little bit more. Let's see. Down, possibly, something like that there. And then that would maybe have to come up here, maybe here. So let's see. You. No, it just still looks like his arm's getting bigger. The right hand, no! Oh boy, right hand looks like a banana. Never did I think, oh no, that's already been I've already heard that many times already. And every time, I regret it to hear it so much, I say terrible things. You get bigger as you're going down, you're swinging back, and then woof. So you need to have, okay. The issue is right now I'm having is torsos, I tell you. Hold on. I think I can doodle out a little bit more. Draw it here. Okay, so we have our top torso here that's facing this way, and then we have the pelvis that's facing this way too. But then when we twist, it's now facing in this direction here, and this guy's still facing this way here. So it's a thing of this guy's facing forward, this guy's facing forward. So how do we get it to be this is all kind of in shadow here because it's in the facing that way? Does that help a little bit more with what I'm attempting to do? It's the idea of it should be in more lighting. And by the way, a little birdie told me that there might be an option to ban specific words in chat. Wasn't completely sure though. I wouldn't dare ban that B word just because people use it. You know, I think with enough, with enough communication, people will learn to remove it. And maybe imply black. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm using black and white right now, but I'm just not doing the shading properly. Where would the black go in all of this is, I guess, the next question. Because this is the back, and this then turns, so we'll hear here. Is the black coming from here, or is the black removed here, or is it added here? I think, let's see, here. Yeah, Just where does the black go? And are you allergic to bananas, or what's the deal? I just don't like them. They're just not tasty. And there was one time I was drawing a handle for a shovel, and it just kept looking like a banana. It was a terrible, terrible curse. Oh boy, let's see. I would think the body would be shaded where it's initially, let's see, something like this, and then this would be the back you'd see, so something like that would be your front and back, and then as it's turned towards you, then more of it gets lit in shadow because of the direction of the light, so it might do something like this. That's what I would think would happen as it's turning more towards the light, but it's just how to do. Because I think that's the idea. The light is coming from this direction here, and as you're turning it more towards the light, you get more of that light. But how do an actual this? We have the light here, so I would think you would add more light, but it seems like the more light I add, the weirder it ends up looking. Because when I do this, it looks like it's growing in size. Something like that there and that there. If I go left here, oh, that's not as bad. Maybe it's the, the diagonals? That might be it. Because this gets wider? Maybe because it's getting wider, it doesn't look like it's growing. That could be it. Yeah. Okay, I think I figured it out. If we make it wider, then it doesn't feel as bad. It's making it longer. I think the width had something to do with it. It looked like it was getting bigger and smaller because we were just changing the length, but making it wider definitely helped, it definitely made it seem like he's turning a lot more. In that case, it should work. Yeah, I think it was the width of the body that we were missing. Let's see. Back there, back there. The thing is, he also has the back of his body. I think this is fine. We have this winding up, so it's you here, and then you here. So this, for this guy here, I think possibly we can do something like this here, that there. So you have you here, you here, you here. Possibly like that. Could maybe work. It might be too wide, though. For example, it might be something like that. That might work out a little bit better. And then we have you here, and then you here. So it would also be you here, I think. Something like that might be a little bit better, possibly. In the preview, it's punching the moons away. Look at him go. He said, no more stars, no more moon. Tonight, we steal the moon. Let's see. Save that back there. And that arm is really looking like a lengthy... No! Oh, that's awful. Let's see. Let's see. Remove that there. That goes there. So we have you, and then we go back and back. Yeah, you need to get extended outwards. I feel like you would get more length this way. Possibly. But in that case, it feels like the head would also go forward. So maybe I can also do that too. Let's test it. Let's see. Move that there and move that forward there. Possibly like that there and move that down. That's not too bad actually, right? That looks more natural than what I was doing earlier. Let's see. Move this here and then maybe even add more arm. So possibly more like this here. Add more of that there for more elbow, possibly. And I think he might be a little bit too big. Yeah, maybe relax on the bottom portion. But during a couple of frames, it's kind of shaped like a potato. Yeah, we're working on it. Let's see. I think it might be this guy here we have to worry about. something like this here, that there maybe. And then we have this here, so it looks like arm more so. It looks like he's gonna slap you. That looks less like the wind up. Like this is going backwards. And then this is when the arm or the back of the arm gets fully towards you. So we might maybe erase this. And oh, that's way too much to see. Okay, you go, let's see. Maybe red and blue can make you a little bit better to see. And we'll do opacity down a little bit. I just want to see the length. Let's slap the punch. Winds up for a slap, hits you with a punch. You'll never expect it. I want to move this frame here so I just see the frame before. Because I want to see the length of the arm. Because if we just move it and make it a little bit bigger, that could help. Maybe what we can do is do something like this as well to show off possibly just lighting differences. So maybe we can do something like that. But do you think that helps? It's a thing of just trying a lot of different things. If we do, let's see, this here, back, and then we have back. Yeah, that looks a little bit too funny. So I'm gonna move you back there a little bit, I think. So then we have here, punch. I think that's not as bad. Not too bad. We have here, we move it back, so it goes up as it's raising backwards, but then it goes down. Oh, hold on. If we go back up with it, so we keep it with that motion, so possibly, let's see, move you up here, move you up, move you up and over. No, just up. So you're here. That's a little bit better. Maybe we can move it up even a little bit more. So we twist, we raise it. Maybe we keep raising it. So maybe what we do is go up a little bit more here, like that. And I would make a very dry joke now, but that's a real punch to the face! How dare you! Terrible, I say, awful. When I think that the jokes are over with, nope, they're never done. Like they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and how's this look? We have this here, we raise it, it's still getting raised. So I think raising upwards would also mean this go upwards. So then this would probably go upwards here, and that will probably go here. Maybe then that could be the arm here, something like that there. That might be a little bit better. Here, up. Yeah, you can see it goes down. We don't want it to go down. We want it to feel like it's going upwards. That's why I'm trying my best to make it look that case. So something maybe like this here, that there, maybe even that there. Let's see. Something like that, possibly. So we have this, raise, as he's going down, though it looks like he's still extending an arm or two, which looks a little silly. Let's see, down, up. Yeah, I'd like it if it could move upwards. Do we still have space? We do have space, technically speaking, all up here we could use. So possibly we could do this up here, maybe move this up here, and I really should be making backups, I just realized. That'd be handy, wouldn't it? Oh boy, okay, going forward, we'll add more backups. I think the race might be better, but it might be looking more like a slapping motion. So maybe instead of going up, we need to go backwards, or do something with perspective to make the back guy bigger? Possibly. And I have to fist you. Stop with the puns. Terrible, I say. Let's see, you here. And then we kind of have it going up. And then this, I feel like, would get bigger. The back line here. So I'll copy this. And let's see. Copy you. And then we'll delete you. Yep, delete you here. Our backups are built in. Nope, they are not. I have to do them manually, which is why sometimes, especially when I'm animating, I forget to do so because I can't just copy and paste what I usually do. Let's see. You go up here. For backups, what I have to do here is like make another layer entirely. So for example, I can go back to the old one we did initially at the start. And now we're on this one here. So I can, a little bit of backups. I just have to make sure I duplicate every so often. Make sure it's locked, hide it, and now backup. That's as close as we can get. Let's see. So we have you here as you're being out. And then I'm thinking maybe we can have you come out a little bit more, possibly like this here, that there, maybe that there. Possibly. How does that look? That's not too bad, I'd say. Sorry, but I'm the biggest fool of all history. Oh boy. Let's see here. Maybe we can even make this more narrow as the arm's coming outwards. Maybe, I would think you would see a little bit of the arm, something like that there. So something like this here could possibly work out too, where you can see the fist kind of coming in. That's not too bad, but it looks a little silly. But it's not too bad when I look at the full thing. So that's pretty good. Let's see. So we start here, we wind up, wind back. This should be even more wind up is the thing. Let's see. I have to go. No worries at all, Jack. Thanks for stopping by and chatting. And you know, I want to say thank you for the puns, but I don't feel. I don't wanna. Well, thanks. You know, I can at least, the very least, say thanks for stopping by. And also wish you a fun week and good luck with throwing them hands. Oh boy, thank you. Let's see. So you here up, and I want it to come back. So I just want it to get bigger as the issue, but how do I ask? How do? Might have to do another study. Well, maybe I can do a poll to say either an extension of doing more animations, or because I've been wanting to do, and I want to do it before October ends. And if I'm looking at the time, just dates super duper quickly, we have one-ish more week of October. Really technically one more before Friday ends on the 31st, and then that following Saturday is the 1st. Technically speaking, we only have one more study of Pixelart before October is over. So more animation, or do you think doing a dungeon study would be fun? Like making chests and loot and chains could be a fun idea. Messing around with tile sets and making a dungeon, well, expanding on our dungeon tile set that we currently have. Could be a lot of fun. Let's see, you here. I'm thinking maybe we can just make this wider and come up a little bit here. Could work out. So maybe we can do like this here, this here, or maybe like that there. There you go. That's better. I think that is better. And making mimics and traps? Yeah, like spiky traps on the ground could be fun to try to do. I think it could be super duper silly, but super duper fun. Something like that there. Yeah, okay. I think my issue is just now it feels like his body isn't right on the spot it needs to be. Like I feel like that's better where his leg and his body are. So maybe we move this forward a little bit, and then we move this guy. Well, that guy's fine. This guy here. Yeah, you're fine. And then you go down. Yeah, maybe that's okay. Nah. You know, beforehand I liked it better. Was like, I think, let's see. No, never mind. I changed my mind. Go back to when I had it. And ads already. Okay, hold on. Let's see. I do think, oh, hold on. Did I mess up? No, that's right. Yeah, okay. So we have this here, wind up, back, punch. The thing is, as well, the colors change so much here, or it doesn't look too different, that it might be worth it to see about trying to do something else. We could also try to do something about here-ish to maybe make it look like he's swinging this way and that way. That's the reason why you see this side of the body. So it looks like now he's swinging both arms around, which I'm not too sure about. So we have this here, and then we have it swinging left, and then it should swing left even more. So here, we're going to the left, we need to go left even more. And right now, I'm not getting that feeling when I see it. So is it possible we would have to go down a little bit to make it look more like it's going to the left? Possibly, let's see. Oh, hold on, where does the, yep, okay, you go there. And I think the feeling of it swinging both arms is coming because of the legs and the core. I think the arms are fine. Interesting. Let's see. You here, swing backwards. Yeah. So you here. Yeah, you're saying it's the core. Huh. I think the legs are, I think this final pose is good. It's beginning pose, not too bad. It's these two here. I think this should look like it's swinging towards us. But right now, it just looks like he's doing a little silly dance, doesn't it? From up, down, down. Right now, this also doesn't feel like, well, that's supposed to go up. That's sliding in. So that's fine. Yeah, there we are. Okay, I want to try something else, Frost, before you start suggesting things. But before then, let's do an ad break here. Yep. All right, let's do some stretches. So we'll go to the left a little bit. And then we'll go to the right a little bit. And then back a little bit. And then front a little bit. And then let's have it go here. Hydration check. Yep. Make sure you get your hydrations and stretches in. Let's go to the right a little bit. And let's see about that suggestion. Our new test frame put arrows to show where each muscle is pushing in the body. That's a little tricky to do given the size. That's the tricky part, is that because it's so small, adding arrows and stuff. Let's go to the right, or no, left. Yep, left. and then to the right, and then to the front, and then to the back a little bit. And let's go ahead and do it to the right, down here, and then to the reason right and left and down. Out there. There we go. Let's get some coffee and some water. Let's see. So arrows to show where each muscle is pushing. Yeah, that's a little bit tricky. Just, I'm thinking. Let's see, water here. There we are. Okay. And water a little bit too. Or not water, coffee. Oh no, my coffee's gone cold. That's still good. Hold on. All right. Now it's getting heated. It should be good to go soon. Yeah. It's just that torso twist. It is the idea that you have it coming backwards, and when it comes downwards, it's upwards, and then it comes downwards. So I think, yeah, probably it coming lower than higher might be a better idea. I'm just curious to see for hers, that arm comes lower and backwards, upwards as it's coming forward. Yeah, it goes backwards. I got ya. Okay. So you go backwards, extending. And hi, Daniel Pancake. Hello. Welcome to Midjourney. Welcome back. And there are 600 muscles in a human body. How many in chibi? Yeah. And then don't forget, right? I was hoping to also get some animations in for this little guy, but that's not happening. But can you imagine? A lot of things have to become super duper simplified. I often feel like starting with this guy's easier because you can have more to work with than this guy here. But there's chibi and then there's super chibi. Let me go ahead and add you that there. I hope you're having a lovely day though, Daniel. Let's see. Ads are just about done, so maybe a little more stretching here and there, and then we'll be good to go. Yeah, I just need it to look like it's swerving. And we could definitely add some arrows. I think arrows would be handy in this case to show the, the arcs? Because that was one of the principles, right? Arcs? And I hope you do too. Thank you. How sweet I am. Let's see. Almost done. A little bit more stitching here and there. And then I think trying the suggestion you had, Frost, but a little bit tweaked with the idea of arrows. But welcome back from the ad break. Let's us continue, shall we? Frost suggested adding arrows for muscles, but I think doing arrows, yes, but trying to show instead the motion, which is more so something like this here. This is the motion I'm trying to show off. I want this arm to come towards us, this arm to swerve away. This guy is moving in a circle, so something like this where he's spinning, if you can imagine, like standing in the circle and he's spinning in a circle, but his arm starts here and then it comes back to here, and this arm starts here and it needs to come around and forward to here. Hopefully that can explain what I'm trying to do a little bit more. The idea of swinging back and forth is the tricky part, but I think it is certainly possible. So for example, here we have this guy, and instead of coming up, I think actually, let's try having you come down a little bit. I want to give that a try. So we'll go back to here, grab you here, go up to here, go back to here, go down a little bit. Possibly it does not change anything. We go here. Oh, maybe we can also angle it downwards. So something like this here, maybe, possibly. Ankles, knees, shoulders, and core are all things to generate motion. So whenever the arrows come from, we'll end up in a natural conclusion for the force they generate. Yeah, that does make spin to it. Oh boy, that does make sense. Yeah, the thing is, it's like, especially when it comes to art, knowing anatomy is helpful. And usually they say great cartoonists are great, they know a lot about anatomy. And definitely it's a thing of knowing, if you can nail down anatomy, if you know it, you can then simplify it. Because I don't know too much about it, it's hard to simplify. Because how can I simplify something I don't know about? But had I more knowledge, then it would be super duper handy. So maybe one of these days we'll do more of an in-depth muscle study. That could be fun. Maybe we can add a bit of a dip bend here. How does that look, you think? And they know how to break it to make it look cool. Yeah, you gotta know the rules before you can break it. I'm thinking this guy can move maybe downwards. So have it come downwards here. Hold on, let's see. Move down there. And then let's see, add that guy there. Maybe that down there. So you're here, you move downwards. Maybe down and outwards as well. So slide you over just a smidge there. And you have that there, that there, that there, and that there. Let's see. You have that. Nah. I definitely think maybe I'm moving in the wrong direction. It definitely doesn't feel as bad anymore. I can definitely see more of the arm, but it doesn't look like it's much, maybe it's the muscles that we're lacking here. So that makes it look like he's got a crazy arm. And we're looking for less arm power or muscle power or bicep power, right? That's the muscles. Speaking of muscles, more fist power is what we're trying to accomplish here. So maybe adding more here. This is less vertical than they had it. Maybe it can feel a little bit better. Though it definitely feels like he has some sort of super strong power hand now. And I don't think I quite like that. But we did try it at the very least. Let's see. Do you hear here? Yeah, okay. So what we had was, let's see, this guy here, and then it was here, yeah. It was the idea of this guy here, we flip around, and then this guy coming towards us. So we wanted the elbow to dip down as this guy's coming backwards, and then this guy maybe sliding outwards more. So it becomes this, but doesn't look like it's just gaining size again. That's the thing I didn't want. I didn't want it to look like it was increasing in length again, because that's what this is doing. It looks like it's getting smaller, and then it's bigger. And this guy's moving forwards, so maybe we can modify that a little bit here. Maybe we can move this here, and then if we move that there, and if we add this here, let's see. Add that there, maybe that there, and then that there, that down there, nope, there. Maybe that's even here. Nope, it's looking like a monster hand again. Oh boy, that just grew. Doesn't it look like it's getting bigger? That's the tricky part here. So let's see. Here, back, and then it should come back even more. Okay, alrighty then. I say now, let's take a look at possibly some other action, or this guy's definitely not gonna help us. This guy might be helpful, and we'll take a look at what Frost sent also earlier as well. We'll scroll down a little bit, and let's see. I'm guessing it's in the character animations tech. I'll wait on that one. I don't want to look at it just yet. But I know you said something earlier as well, Frost. Let's see. What is this here? This is a chop and this is a boot. So not much we can really use. Though this does show, I was trying to find references for muscles. This shows how muscles can be used. And somehow I feel like the character is punching with his left arm. The left leg should be back during the wind up. It seems unnatural to have the opposite leg back since you can't generate power in any way. Let's see. The thing is, this is the arm, hold on. This is the arm that's going to be the power one, right? It's the opposite leg, right? Have the opposite leg back since you can't generate any power? Interesting. Yeah, when you wind up, ignore the arm, but when this pushes forward, it is the opposite leg that you push forward with. If we look at this here, it is the opposite leg that you push forward with. And when you're backing up, it's this one to this one. Well, hold on. I think you're onto something. Yeah, hold on. Let's see. That's both the closest leg, and it's longer during a punch and wider during a wind up. Ah, longer during a punch, wider during a wind up. Okay, let's see. So this guy here, and it is, let's see, you go here, and then we go here, and then we have, let's see, that there, and that there. Let me try it yourself. Swing back with your left arm and put your, again, that requires getting up, so I wouldn't be able to try it in the moment. Let's see. Swing back with your right arm and put your left leg back. Yeah, this feels like, well, I definitely will be trying to do it once stream's over, but at the moment, not currently able to. Let's see. Okay. So this guy here, I definitely think needs to be modified. Well, for now, let's see if we can just move you out there. And that goes here. Okay, so let's see. Character punching with the left arm. The left leg should be back. Left leg. That's this leg here. You're saying should be back. I love those discussions, having so many of them to work about sorting legs and arms. Oh boy, that's the fun of this at the very least. This one is the opposite one, and that is the opposite one it's punching with. So that is the final one. This one here is the normal starting pose, and then we have this one here, which is the twist. So we have this twisting, which means this goes back as this pushes forward. This pushes forward, this one pushes back, and then it should twist again. So as this guy's twisting and kicking up forward, this guy's kind of twisting, let's see, backwards. That one doesn't really come forward, does it? Huh. And legs are basically the wrong way around, in my opinion, assuming we're trying to be realistic. Huh. Would you say this is moving the right way? I am following, for the most part, the leg position of this, where this is the back leg, and only when it comes forward with the twist does it come forward. So right now, with the movement arm here, it's the back leg. Is this not realistic? I am curious to ask. And that's why strength to adjust power is generated from specific muscles. We have to see the back and front leg in conjecture since throwing yourself forward. I think reference is wrong too. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you. An easy way to follow punches and slashes is that you generate most of your power in your legs, your back muscles. So the hip of the character is the best indicator for power. That would explain why she has a lot of hip going on here. The thing is, for how small our guy is, it's a little bit difficult because I kind of just got rid of his, I got rid of his hip. It's right now just top body. You could say maybe that's hip. And that would explain a little bit more. And hi, Captain McFriendly. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Eris absolutely fights people in street fights. No! I am a lover, not a fighter, I assure you. She's just pretending next weight shifting. And you sold 2 pixels of hip and hi. Hello. Welcome in. Let's see. You here and the twist. Yeah. And the reference is fine. The back leg pushes forward. The front leg is digging into the ground, making sure she doesn't lose her balance. Let's see. Digging into the ground. Down, slide. Yeah, down and the slide. For mine, let's see here. I always imagine her like Tracer from Overwatch, just zipping around and zapping everyone, poking people in the side. That sounds like a chaotic little gremlin that I am not. And oh, thank you for the follow, Dr. Andina? Possibly. Welcome in. I can certainly try again, but hello, and welcome. And hips should look wider just by lowering torso a bit. We can certainly try. You said lower the torso? So do you mean make him lower like this? Like that? I'm not opposed to it at the very least. I'm thinking something like this. Oh no, hold on, that was better. And 100% yes, and down and slide. Yeah, hold on, let's see. So down, oh no, this is a slide. So should this go down a little bit possibly if we move this guy, let's see, down a little bit? Like that? Is that a little bit better? And the slide is in perspective. She's swinging her body forward, so legs slide backwards in perspective. Yeah, let's see. And, oh boy. So we have you here, we go down, and we're sliding backwards. You're saying this guy gets planted? This looks like it's sliding backwards. One hop this time, right foot, let's stop, boom, reverse, dun, 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 dun. Let's see. So you here, you're planted down, you're down, and then you slide. That's what I do here. I have this guy, he's planted downwards. Oh no, he's not. You're planted downwards and then you slide. So that should go up here, and then it should be planted downwards. So hold on, let me grab you here. You should be planted downwards, something like, let's see, move you there, and you should go downwards like this here, that there, and that there. Yeah, something like that there, though maybe you should be a little more modified, so you look a little nicer. Maybe we can have you move, let's see, move over by one there, something like that there. How does that look? It's tricky when it's so small. And the reference seems weird too for some reason. If you punch with your left hand, you would push with your left foot from the back to generate power. Seems the opposite is the reference as well, which is weird to me. Do you think she does it in other animations? Let's see here. Oh, we also have this little guy we can look at too. It's just the arm though. I can't tell which leg is coming forward, which is a little unfortunate. Is it the front leg that's coming up and then it's slamming down forward? And her her arm, I think her torso's twisted. So it is, let's see, twisted. So that would mean it's the same side, right? Same side of the body, same side. And then it comes down and that is the same side. Yeah. So would this be a little bit more accurate? We're the same side as the one you're hitting with? And let me see the reference again. Let me show you it was screenshot in stream discussion. Let's see. And what are you called? Should be Frost, I believe. Let's see. You here. Yeah. Lined up and then swish. Okay, let's see. So you here. You there. And that there. I definitely feel like the whole body is kind of moving in too much. So I think it slides backwards, and that's not what we want to do, right? We probably want to slide forward, something like that. So we have you. That's not too bad. We have slide forward as you're twisting, and then you're going down. I don't think that's too bad. This is a lean and forward, but it's not much of a twist, I'd say. So maybe we can do, let's see, slide this up a little bit more, maybe in a little bit more, move you up a little bit, about here, maybe something like that there. So you got here. Nope, that's not a twist again. Oh boy. Maybe that there. How does that look? Here. Nope. Same exact thing too. Hold on, let's see. You here, and we have you kind of coming up maybe here, and then you have this here, so maybe you can come about maybe there. Maybe that can help it look like a... No, not quite. Interesting. Okay, maybe we can move that up there then? Possibly, though it makes it look like he has a chicken wing. Oh no! And sliding back a little before releasing a punch isn't that bad? Interesting. Hold on. We can go back then. Let's see. Move that down there. Yeah, hold on. Let's see. So sliding backwards a little bit. Ah, yeah. And Discord. Let's see. So you have here, we have slide back, then down, and then punch. I do like the motion. I think something's off with this foot, though. We have this down. I think the feet are definitely a little bit better. Where this is up, it gets planted down. It maybe goes up again, but we can't really see it because of the perspective we're in currently is a little bit tricky to notice. But something like this might work out a little bit better. So we have here, well, there, and then we have, yeah, I think this definitely shows it's turning. Maybe it could also be just the head we're looking at that makes it a little bit silly looking. We have here, and then we have here. So I definitely think this so far, good action. It looks like it's turning. And then it's this one here, where it should look like the back arm is coming more towards us. So possibly we can do something like this here, like that. And then we have you here, you here, you here, you here, possibly, maybe, like that. Let's see. You. Maybe we can move you down a little bit, and this guy can come down a little bit, about here, like that there. Though it looks like it's getting bigger again. Okay. Maybe we can slide you down and over, something like that there. You. Now look, you look like you're getting bigger. Okay. I don't think it's too bad. It definitely looks like it's getting bigger. So we have you. We back up. We're about to wind up. So maybe we can come out a little bit more, possibly like here. Maybe that could work. Something like that there-ish. Something like that there. Maybe that there. Maybe even that there. Let's see. You. Again, it looks like this is... Oh, that's staying in place. We don't want you that way. Want you down a little bit more, possibly. About there-ish. Maybe not there. Maybe even that. Let's see. There. So you. Maybe we can even make you there. Let's see. Move you there. How about that? Move you over. I think that looks a little better. And doing violence reference sheets one. Violence is never the answer. It's the question. Oh boy. You there. I don't think that's too bad. Maybe we can even add, let's see. Not there. Maybe as a wind up, maybe we can even add down where it's here or here. So maybe we can do something like that. It still looks like it's long. References play with characters' heads a bit. Okay, good. That was a test. Family channel confirmed. Good job. Plus with family. Can you imagine your responsibility, though? I'm not ready. Let's see. Back a little bit. So this guy would need to go... Yeah, I think this could also be a case of just shading being an issue. For example, I feel like this guy would come backwards and downwards a little bit more. Something like this, where we could see more of this elbow here. That's tricky. I definitely think maybe it could just be a color thing or something else. And a lot of animation really is just kind of messing with that and messing with things as you go, which I do enjoy. It's just tricky when you're trying to learn it. Maybe have this come back. That's not too bad. That looks definitely more like a fist, right? But it looks like the fist is coming frontwards, doesn't it? Maybe not too nice playing with others, but it definitely looks like he's at least... It looks like he's muscular almost, like he's doing a strongman pose, doesn't it? This is supposed to be in the back, but this guy, let's see. This guy is facing towards us, and then this guy's coming towards us. So if anything, maybe this could be a little bit bigger to show off, hey look, we're about to do a big punch. Are you ready? So something like this here, maybe a little bit bigger here. And, I mean, clearly he works out. He's strong. Let's see, something like that there, that there. Maybe something like that there, and then maybe we add that there. So something like that. That's better. That's definitely better. But the thing is, it looks like the other arm is doing animations as well, or at least it looks like it's changing colors, which we don't want. We want it to seem like it's surrounding back. So maybe we can do another diagonal here. Maybe even collapse it here. Maybe we do a little bit here. Maybe a little bit there. Something like that there. and maybe have it bent like an M so it looks like it's kind of coming out and about. So maybe something like that there, maybe a bit here. Nope, that's a little bit too thin. Possibly maybe that there. That's not too bad, but it looks like it's going in a circle like this when I'm looking at the other two, doesn't it? Let's see, you there, you there. Yeah, I think this is definitely better. It's just the rest of it. This is the elbow. This is the elbow right here. So maybe we can add more elbow here. And if the elbow comes here, then maybe the hand can come here. And then maybe that could be considered, for example, the hand just for now. Something like that there. The subscriber prompt appeared again, but nothing triggered. Did it now? I didn't notice. Let's see. We have you here backwards, and we have it downward, and then that comes downward. I think that's better. This kind of coming downwards, but this doesn't look like it's winding back quite. Maybe if we were to do something like, let's see, this here, that there, maybe even, let's see, that there, could possibly work. That makes it look like it's the fist, but it's not the fist. This is more so fist, right? And so I definitely get what you want the base to be down pat and look at first, but won't adding flare and sparkles make a big difference here as well? It will indeed, yeah, but I feel like if we can make it look good without all the shiny features, then when we add the shiny features, it'll look even better because the base itself, if you can make the thing you want look good in monochrome, for example, without adding any more colors than two, that you've got a good base. That's the way I tend to look at it. Though I could also just be doing a little bit too much at the moment. That is, I'm not against also knowing that much too. Let's see, and that is solid advice. Let's see, that there, and that there. Gotcha. Gotta have a solid foundation. Yeah, gotta have solid before you build on your mansion. Let's see. It's just this guy here. This might take longer than I think, just because it's the perspective I'm messing around with. Let's see, you here. We bop downwards, and yours never has been more on point. Sweet Tilak. Let's see. You come here, you come there. Maybe we can have it coming here. And yups, first make clean motion, then add visual effects and glitter. Motions give good baseline and self-timing. Waste of visual effects hide small iffiness and gives big oomph. Let's see. You here, you here. We need this to come... Oh, hold on. Wrong guy there. I'll grab you here. That's just because I can. And then we'll move you here. Delete you there. Paste you there. You would be about here-ish. Really, possibly there. And truth be told, it does look like he's already moving, even though it doesn't really look like much, which is interesting. And what was it before? Was it that something, the back gets... The jab is straight, longer. This would be wider, I believe, right? That was the note, that was the tip. So something like this might be wider. So let's see. You here, oh, no, hold on, wrong thing, wrong area. It was you. You might get wider. So we might do this here, might do that there. Maybe we can even add a dip there. Something like that maybe. And then maybe that would get a little bit wider there. So maybe you can come back. So something like this, they'll still need that curve. So maybe we can do, let's see. Something like that there, possibly. Does that look like a curve? Yeah, possibly. I definitely think most likely this guy would also come forward and up a little bit more. So might even get more action up here. And then maybe move this guy about up here instead. And then we would have this guy coming up there. Like, well, that doesn't look right. Hold on, you're missing a few things. There you are. How about that? How are you feeling okay now? We have you. Yeah. It looks like it's flowing water. Like, if the colors were different or were the same, it would look very silly. It looks like he's doing a wiggle dance. So we have you here, back, and then this needs to look like it's twisting. This is a good twist action. I'm trying to do that here, where it's bending, right? His body's bending, but everything else doesn't look like it's twisting. So possibly, right? If we're having struggle with this so much, let's remove the arms for just a little bit, just a smidge, just a little bit of time. Hi, Claude, welcome into stream. I see you're on YouTube side of things. Welcome in. Be like water, flow like water. Let's see, we have you here. You would also not be dark. You would possibly be like that there, not there. And if you struggle with arms, just removing them in lore build. Isn't it usually if you struggle with hands, toss them in some pockets or behind the back? And how about motion lines lagging a frame after arm movement? Do you mean like the visual effects, at least, Mordor? Or do you mean just for reference? Let's see. We have you here, you there. I definitely think that's good. That's there. It's just gonna be this guy coming backwards. And the good news is, right, we can just go to this other guy here and grab the other one, which I think was better at showing it came backwards. We'll hide it, guy, move you there, and we'll grab this guy again because I liked this one. And I put, visual effects. I see. We haven't gotten to visual effects just yet. And I put them in a box marked hand. Anything but the hand box. Let's see, hide you there, show you there. I want to copy this here, as some references use them. Yeah, some references do, but we want the core before we use. For example, here, this uses blur, and we'll be able to use blur afterwards, but we're avoiding those. Yep. And listening to artists, let's remove the arms. Listening to artists, the parents kill the children. Oh boy, everything sounds so violent when you don't know what's going on. Paste that there. Oh, hold on. I just want this part. Can you give me this part? I was about to say Godot. I really do blame different programs. Paste you there. Okay, good. We have it. I'm going to delete it. Oh, hold on. Delete. Oh, you should be fine. There we are. Paste. There you go. Okay. So we have you. Yeah. And it was supposed to get wider, right? So possibly what would happen is this would get longer here, like that. So we have this, and then it would get wider again, I'm guessing. Let's see, you there. Or would it be this here? Because we have you here. Yeah, I think let's try wider for a second. So this here. Wider a little bit more. Maybe even like that there, that there. Nope, I think that's fine. So you, wide, and then we can swing that back. So let's see. What I wanted to try to do was see if we could figure out how to twist the torso without the arms. The torso here, it leans backwards, and it needs to lean backwards some more. So it needs to really kind of go possibly more so like this here, that there, like that there possibly. And then this guy can kind of come up, and that guy can maybe come down like that there. But wait, hold on. If that's not the arm motion we need, that's one way, but we need it to be this way. That. That's not too bad. It kind of looks like he's circling, though it might be a more circular motion too. And, oh, thank you for the raid, the blind archer. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Oh, dear Isis. Let me do a slash shout out. Is it? Yes, it is. Lovely. Okay. At the blind archer. There you go. Welcome into stream. And welcome into raiders. I hope you all had a lovely stream, and I understand 100% if you also have to raid and run as well. And thank you, Lynn, for the follow too. I would say I'd have lots of things to show you, but you know what? It's a struggle day today. But hello, I'm Marissa. I'm a game developer, and since I like to make all aspects of my game, one thing I do is I study Pixelart once a week. And what we're doing today is we're working on character attack animations. I've never done these before. Hence, I'm struggling, but the attempt is trying. And together we raid, I see the 12 principles of animations. Indeed, we're trying to learn how to do attack animations. I can at least show you this here. This was attempt number 1. Right? And this is attempt number 5, probably, maybe. And what we're doing is we're trying to study right now a game called River City Girls. As it's definitely the art, It's a beat 'em up game. So we're taking a look at this animation in specifics and seeing if we can break down the sense of motion. And I love River City Girls, me too. I haven't played much of it, but I do enjoy it. And let's see, glad to finally return the favor. I see, I'm not good at remembering things, but I'm glad to hear it. So thank you again. And I thought it looked familiar. Yep, River City Girls. Let's see here. And I did read those things, I think. Some go off together, some go off in groups. I just realized, hold on, let me reread that. Animation for this is just a series of springs going off. Could you elaborate a little bit, Frost? And can you make the leg behind the same level as the other leg? 1 pixel on the resolution is too much of a difference? Sure, we can certainly try that. And thank you. Is it Talame or maybe Talame for the follow? Welcome in. Sure, we can certainly try. That might even help a little bit if we do it that way. Let's see, that leg up here, maybe like, no, you know what, we're just gonna believe. We're gonna believe that it is a good idea because you never know until you try, right? Let's see, this guy here, and then we have this guy here, and you're saying to move it down, maybe that guy there, and then if we have you here, the thing is, in my other animations, sometimes the leg does go behind, so that does run fine. For example, if I show you, let's see, I could show you this guy right here, I believe. If I do, let's see, that's idle. Yeah, you can see here, right? His leg goes backwards because he's changing perspective. So it does make sense, at least right now, just the style-wise. I know before I try, but sometimes I'm wrong. Oh, all ideas are good ideas because you get to try. It might be wrong, but you know what? You tried. Oh boy, let's see. We could also try as well with the idea, because there's no hope in not trying. The thing is just, the base sprite for his side is this, where it's already in the back. So we already have an idea that it is in the background, at the very least. So let's see. Hide you there. And scientific process. Yeah! Process of elimination. Let's see here. We have you here. We have you here. Yeah. It might be better just because of the idea of keeping it similar. So I'll remove it for now, but thank you for the suggestion. And all ideas are bad ideas until you try them. Hold on now. I don't think that's how the saying goes. The thing is, I remember hearing something about if you don't get all the bad ideas out, you'll never get to the good ideas. I mean bad ideas and bad needs. Oh boy, terrible, I say. Let's see. You here, down, out. I just think twisting. Twist. How do we twist you? Body, you need to be twisted. It'll be okay. I'll be here every step of the way, all right? Let's see. Move you down there about maybe about here-ish, yes. And then you would get removed here. And then you get wider. So possibly about there-ish. So maybe you could do something like, maybe that can work there. How do you feel now? On a scale of 1 to 10, how are you feeling? Missing that emote. And I feel called out. But yeah, stream was good. Made some fan art for an indie game called Voices of the Void. Hold on, I've never heard of it. Voices of the Void. I will save this for later to look at. So thank you for that one. It's always fun to, it's a horror game. Never mind. I take it back. I don't know if I can look to it. It's a horror game. And how do legs make you feel? How do legs make you feel? Hold on, I zoomed out. Let's see. So you here. It definitely goes down, but I'm not seeing that twist. And actually, that's more psychoanalyst. I just want to make sure, the vibe's still good to go. Right now, he's just a little duck guy. And the game sounds terrifying already. Oh man, it feels terrifying. You there. This needs, I think, to come up a little bit, possibly. And then this needs to come out a little bit more, possibly. His back might have to be stretched. Yeah, because you've got to go over here a little bit. There. Nope, now it just looks like you're bumping. Oh no! Okay, let's see. It's specifically a horror game about intercepting alien communication. I'm gonna be playing it for the first time at the end of the month. Oh, how fun! I hope you enjoy it. I will be playing a Mori for my spooky month game, but that's all you get out of me. Once a year, it'll be one spooky month thing, and that's it. That'll be all. No more. You can't ask for more. And nice. Let's see where games do more fun things. Like Telltale Games. Oh, Telling Gamers. I see. The guy got excited. Once a year, Eris in fear. I mean, that doesn't happen every day. Let's see. You there. I'm just wondering. I would think the twist would be more lighting, right? You there. Nope. It just looks like you're bending down. Yeah. Maybe what we can do is have less of this show up that way, and then this guy here would come out more because you're more of the body exposed, so something like that. So you here. Yeah. Do you think that could work? Possibly. It definitely looks better here, like it's moving, wouldn't you say? And Gamers Outreach is a charity. Oh, how lovely. Long-term hospitals is even lovelier. And Eris, can we pick your spooky month game? Please say no, because we will take it as a challenge. I already chose it. It'll be Amari. It's already been chosen. I've been told it's psychological horror. You know what? I'm already not looking forward to it, but I'm hoping it doesn't start off scary. Give me a chance to catch my breath at the very least. We have this guy, and then it comes outwards, so look around, let's see. No, we went game on. Oh boy, last year we played Five Nights at Freddy's. Dude, we don't really talk about it. Could be worse. Could be a Quiet Place game. And Lark, of course. I hope you have a lovely rest of relaxation. Thank you again for the raid. Let's see here. Maybe down and inwards or down and outwards. So about you here. Okay, hold on. Maybe you here. About that there. You there. maybe, wasn't it wider was the assumption, or was it the suggestion about there? So there. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm feeling it. Something's coming. Hold on. Doesn't it look like it's doing a little bit right? It looks like it went down a little bit, right? And that's the best part. It's the anti-yelper game. Non-stop attacks. Oh boy. Let's see here. You there. And then we go back. Yeah, now we just need to curve you. Can we curve you up? Wow. Oh, thank you. Let's see. Yeah, it's just the curving part that needs to happen now. Can we curve you out and around town? Like that? Down there. Yeah, I feel like that's better. It feels better. So now when I look at it like that, not as much. And thank you for the follows, Phoenix. Thank you. And I can try again if I got it incorrect. But welcome into struggles and trials and tribulations and pain. Let's see here. You there. Back. Okay, back. Maybe we bring you up, possibly. Can you go up here like that? There. Back. Up. Yes, possibly. Maybe we can bring you up. Hold on. Go back here. And, or silence still 2 of our when will I get jump scared sleep paralysis team. Oh, sleep paralysis game. No, thank you. No, you can keep it. I don't want it. No, I return to sender. Thank you very much. Let's see here. Something like that there, possibly. We have arm, like that. Yeah, but it wouldn't be really black here, I don't think. So you would probably do that there, that. I could see that being a little bit better. And she's learning. Attempts are getting made. And amnesia. Oh boy, let's see. And still amazing that moving 1 pixel around 1 pixel makes such a huge difference. Pixelart is lovely in that sense, in that it takes just a small change in order to do something. But it's also bad because it takes only one small change in order to ruin everything you hold dear and true. All right, so let's see. You here? Okay, this is going backwards. That's going forward. That guy should then go upwards, forward more, right? And yeah, lovely is one way to say it. Oh boy, let's see. Okay, so this guy would go up and over possibly. So maybe we can bring you up more about here. Maybe you can come up a little bit more too, or possibly more like that. You're there. Yep, but it looks like it's flowing water again on the side. And for Eris, I imagine you need something that makes her psych herself out. Oh boy, no, don't. One time we played it, the 5 Nights at Freddy's 1, oh man, my leg hurt very much after that day for a while, because I'm not a screamer, I'm a kicker. So I kicked my desk constantly. Oh boy, let's see. You here, go forward, and then back. And Gandalf. Oh boy, let's see here. You could just keep hearing the thunk. Let's see. About there. And perhaps this might be a silly question. Not at all. Have you tried doing the magenta and yellow arm on the River City sprites to see how the arms transform during the animations? Not at all a silly question. That's a great question, actually. Yeah, let's try that. I am not opposed. What I'll do is, I'll go ahead and duplicate this here. And then we'll go ahead and grab you here. And let's give it a go. Yeah, I'm not opposed to it, because sometimes blocking things out is a great tool. And usually, I possibly have that idea, but the thing is, not today. So I'm glad you're here to help me. Thank you. Let's see. So we'll start off with the purple. Oh, hold on. It's indexed. Index. Where are we at? Sprite, color mode, garbagey. There we are. Okay. So purple is in front. No. Purple is back. All right. You're the back. Yep. You're back. And let's give it a go, because that sounds like a great option. Looks like a little sword there. Let's see. You there. And I've collected the 8 pages of Slenderman. I could never. Let's see. Fill you in there. There. And then, okay. Wow. Actually, yeah. Look at the difference. Let's see. That guy gets bigger. Oh, yeah. Blacking out. Oh, wow. And the first frame of reference looks so weird. The lower body is facing the camera, but the upper body is facing away. It's like a 180 degrees twist. There's some 180 degrees twist in a lot of her, like this here. This is a 180. She starts here, she goes back, and then twist. Look at twist. That is a twist. She turns around and whips it around. That's neat. But man, the athleticism. Let's go ahead and fill that in there. Fill that in there. There. Oh, I'm just gonna do this instead since like a tool. And she stretches a lot. You know what? It wouldn't surprise me. There's a whole, I think, cheerleading team, but I don't think they're a part of the cheerleading team. I know they get attacked by a cheerleading team. I can say that at the very least. And back fist go burr. And I mean the same frame if you look at lower body versus upper body. And was that there or was that me? I guess that was there. And I was thinking that since you're trying to do a similar wind up with the arm, even just blocking it out might help. Oh yeah. Blocking it out is a great tool. And I'm thank you again for reminding me, yes. Yeah, it's a great tool. When in doubt, blocking it out can help, especially for animations. I pointed it out before, but I can scroll up here if I can find a few of them. For example, blocking it out instead, just with blocks. Maybe the issue is because I'm starting with the outlines, but blocking it out itself is, yeah, especially for animation, it can be super duper handy. Let's see, go back to where we are with this guy here. So let's see. You here, I will ignore that there, and that's the last one we need. So you're purple because you're in the back, so we fill you in there, you that there, that there. And here's, I put analysis of this to show the coil thing on stream discussions. Might be worth showing to chat for their comments too. Hold on a second, and I can take a look. Let's see, you there, and then you there. Well, really, I can just probably fill you in with my pen, like that there. Let's see. That there. Fill you in like that there, like all of that there. And let's see, how are we looking? Back there and there. Okay. So, it definitely seems like a lot of it is foreshortening, which is just when something is closer to the camera so it looks bigger. For example, her singular arm becomes a blob because it's facing directly towards us. So while it might be a cylinder on one side like this, when towards us, it only shows up like this. And this guy here is the long guy, but then when we look at these guys here, it definitely looks like I can see a bit of a punching action. I was trying to make my arm go backwards. Hers just goes longer. Huh, it goes longer, and then it swirls. Interesting. And my little arm guy here, let's see. You start off here, and then you go here, and you should just go longer, apparently. So let's give that a try. We'll move you here, copy you there, go here, and oh, hold on, delete you, don't need you there. Oh, hold on, something is off. Okay, is that better? You there, and we want to go longer, so something like that. Oh, hold on, where are we at? This guy here, and I just have to watch myself when I talk about game development. I have more than 10 years worth. Oh, how lovely! I will say, I have only been doing game development for, I think, 2 years now, so I'm still very much new. Making a game myself, and my current game is 1 year in development, and it wasn't supposed to be 1 year worth of development. It was supposed to be a few months worth of a game. Let's see here. If I go to you here, oh, hold on, close you, don't need you anymore. That's you there. I don't think we'll need you. We have you here. Okay. So you go here, and then it goes back, and then it goes into an arch. So we have you here, and I don't think you count. You're here, you go back, and then arch. Maybe that's another thing too. Maybe it needs an arch moment. So right now, this is the standing pose. That's this pose here. Standing pose, and then we have it coming back, and then we have it. I think that works. I think maybe it's the fact that now he goes down, and that's not what we want. So maybe we can move this up a little bit here and have it not go down anymore. Have this guy come down, maybe where it was, about here. So maybe that guy here. Oh, nope, that's not good. Never mind, don't do that. Bad idea, take it away. It never happened. Let's see. You here, back, and then, oh, hold on, back, and then punch. I think that's okay. Might look better overall later. But we have here, you here. We go extending back. Oh, hold on. Let's see. When she steps forward, so you here. When we step forward, which really is this one here more so. So maybe we block this out, move this out here. Block that out there. And then have maybe you come back here, and you're there. No, don't get me wrong, my major knowledge is on more VOVA. Oh, how cool! Playtesting worst game built. And hi, Tacky Wacky. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And the pi rule, always multiply times frame by pi? Huh? Hold on. Never heard of that there. Let's see. Keeps rising, returns to default pose. Let's see. This might be something I have to take a look at my own time, because, you know, I don't have much time left. Twist for it from the core. Yeah, we can take a look at this. Hold on. I'll bring you into... scroll this up a little bit again. Bring you into planning, I believe is the right screen here. And you should be able to now see on the Discord. And if you'd like to join as well, as at the end of the stream, we'll be taking a look at people who happen to have maybe posted a character animation themselves. I would click on it, but I don't want to. I don't want to get spoiled, since that's the whole fun of it. But when you join the welcome up here, you can go down here to stream, and in Pixelart side with me, you should see a pinned one called Character Animations Attack. You post your art in there, and we'll take a look at it. Right now, I'm in stream discussion because Frost has sent us a bit of a breakdown to see if maybe this can be handy. So knees bent, legs flat. Let's see, shoulders neutral, lower body back, twist from the core. Yep, big twist. Press down front leg, twist force, and then we have twist. Yeah, it's the thing. The arrows are tricky to see. I think this is coming towards us. Maybe that's going away. That's going down. That's going up. Yeah, if I simplify, twist down. I'm a little lost now. Let's see. Knowing that this is how our muscles are going. Yeah, I should have known, Ross, when you said to draw it. That would have been so much easier to draw with a pen instead of in Pixelart arrows. So yeah, that looks so much easier. And then this is our muscles going. Middle frame, anticipating buildup. Core and hind legs having coiled. If anything, it kind of looks like they're scrunching, they're squeezing, and then they're pushing. A new uncoiled and coiled. Ah, and the impact everything uncoils and then push. Okay, let's go back into draw now. So let's see. Click on this guy here, and thank you again, Frost. So let's see. You here. I think it might be the downward that also gets us. Does she go downward with her actions? She does go downward a little bit, but the arm stays the same. Her body goes down, her arm does not, which is interesting to note. Yeah, body goes down, arm doesn't. That reminds me, Ezra, do you usually use a mouse? No, definitely not. I use a tablet as I have very delicate wrist. If I used the mouse, well, don't forget, right, I program, like, try my best to learn piano as well, and if I use the mouse to draw, that would destroy my wrist very quickly. So, if I can, I try my best to not draw with the mouse. Let's see, go here, and the arm doesn't go down, truth be told. It gets wider on its own. So maybe we follow that idea, right? And go here, let's see, here. This stays the same. So I'll keep it that there. And this guy here, as the head goes down, this should extend. It just looks like it's, yeah, that should extend. And I see, interesting, I haven't used a tablet forever. Interesting. But I've been painting. Apparently, I'm the only one in the world. Not at all. I've seen some really good pixel artists who use their mouse, and I'm blown away. But the thing is about pixel art is that it's super nice in the sense of, if you wanna, the mouse is available to you, and you can get really good pixel art from it. Another way to do it would be to strike a similar pose in real life. Yeah, the issue is, I am not able to get up and do some karate chops and kicks at the moment. I'm kind of in a very small space, and it would take a lot to get up and get back down, and it would probably be like a few minutes in between, so I'll have to do it after stream to give it a try. But yeah, that is a great idea too, and I hope I can help it all. The point of always is show the animation to set up and pay off. Yeah, anticipation, isn't it? So let's see. You here. Ah, I do think that looks a little bit better. Wouldn't you say? This here, and then there's a whoosh going on afterwards, right? So we have here, her arm just gets longer as she steps forward. And in mine, right, we have here, she should step forward. So this foot should really come forward a bit. Oh, hold on. Why aren't you coming forward a little bit? You should go a bit here. What layer am I on? This isn't working. Is it this layer? Huh. When did you get up there? You know, I probably just shouldn't even question things. I'm just gonna remove you. We're gonna move on. And let's see. And no excuses. Ninjas wouldn't say, don't attack her in a small space. Practically real world scenario. And let's see. In their case, they have two muscles pay off just to show the front leg was moving back. We don't have sufficient payoff to show leg swapping sides. I mean, if you're putting a hole in the wall, doesn't that just mean you're doing it right? Welcome in. Is it Chick or Chi-Chi slide? Possibly? Welcome in. The thing is, I like my things. You know, I don't like them breaking. That's not optimal. You know, if I had to guess. Let's see here. Possibly we can raise this leg up a little bit again to look like it's planting down. Maybe we can add that there, there. Maybe that there. So we have this here, that there. I think possibly adding, let's see, you here, You then, oh, did I do it on the wrong layer again, or are we good? That there. So we have, let's see, you, but it doesn't look like the foot's coming up. Need more foot action, possibly. Maybe move that up here. Maybe that up there, that up there. Nope, that doesn't also, nope, that does not look like a foot up. Hold on. If I grab this here, which does look like a foot up, and can you show the girls punch again? Sure, Toak. Let's see here. If I go, nope, not you. We can close you. Let's see. This one here. If I click on play here, blam, blam. And then going through a little bit and look up the work of Craig Mullins, man made of basically oil paintings and pixels. Oh, hold on. Craig Mullins. There we are. I will save that, and I will certainly look into it later. Thank you. Let's see. And a table helps, but you can do it just the mouse. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Huh. Tablet. I thought it said table for a second. Oh, no, it did say table. Okay. Oh, boy. Let's see. So, slide back. So she goes down and steps onto that leg as this one goes up, and this goes back, and then it swings as it slides. So if we go back to ours, and we look at ours, hold on, I need to blow my nose. 1 second. Okay, much better. And hi, firms. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And table, tablet, slip of the keyboard. No worries. And hi, Zero. Welcome in as well. And how many frames total? And what is the FPS? Right now, I believe it is 60. And frames right now it is currently 4. And there's the stop working. Close. ever. Let's see here. And oh, wrong button. That's not good. That should be that there. All right. Let's see. We have this guy. It slides back. And then as she steps forward with this foot, I wanted to try deleting this, moving this, and oh, hold on, sliding you here instead. And this is in the back, so we can't really modify you there-ish. But maybe we can do something like that there, just show a little bit of back leg moving forward. That's amazing. I will indeed. Thank you. Yeah, indeed. I need to read those two. Sure. Good. Yeah, we're good. And again, welcome in, firms. Right now, we're working on animation, character animation, specifically the attack animation. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to compare and contrast with this animation, visual one from River City Girls. So we're breaking it apart and seeing if we can understand why exactly it works. So let's see. You here, back, and then we have you sliding forward. So yeah, this up here, I feel like maybe it can be picked up a little bit more, possibly. Something like that. And maybe this can even go down a little bit more like that there. Nope. I think, this is where the foot is being planted. So it doesn't make sense to raise it. And I think the problem is the legs getting perfectly diagonal at the punch. It's not natural. Could you elaborate a little bit? Do you mean like the scissor legs, Toak? Let's see. Save that here. You here. So you there. We twist. And then this guy should go, let's see. You there. You start, and then you twist, and then you go closer. Yeah. So this guy starts here. It goes here, and then it goes closer. So I'm guessing maybe then that means this guy should go closer. Your music is having some trouble? Is it? Hold on. Hide. You do that there. Hide there. Do that there. Show that there. Do that there. Toggle you there. All right. Is it better? And the reason I ask is because you want to make sure the windup isn't too long. Otherwise, the player's going to get frustrated and think the game is eating inputs. Very true as well. Yeah. No clue why? Yeah, it does get moody. So I don't know. I could not tell you. And thank you for that one, Frost. This one kind of slides up. Possibly like that, though. That definitely made a difference. Here. And let's see. You go there. Surprising that one stepping over definitely made it look different. We have here. Well, it does look like it's already moving forward. That's good. Let's see. You here. And he's done so many of these. It's amazing. Very nice. Oh, I see. Let's see. Many C's, many I's. And then you there. And that guy goes forward. So possibly, maybe we can move you back there to go like that there. To look like a leg kind of coming out. It's not as well back there. Yeah, that's more of a knee possibly. And then save that there. So we have you, wind up, and then you there. I definitely think it's better. I think it's just a tricky thing of maybe the colors can possibly help us, but it looks like it's a silly wiggly worm when I'm looking at it from up here. So we have this guy here, and looking at these, right, for reference again, we start with the L shape, stays L, and then it comes out a little bit. Oh, okay, hold on. You here, and then now we get the L shape. So, let's see. If I make you more L-like, so I'm gonna do a little bit more like this here. Do a little bit more like this here, possibly down here. Maybe move that down there. Maybe move it also double over here, possibly about there. And then move that over, move that there. Maybe that can work out. This there, that there. So that looks a little bit too L-like. So I'm gonna move that possibly here-ish instead. And for this stream, I think you should be prescribed 2 Jackie Chan movies and 5 watches and Tired the Dragon. Oh man, I've never really been into movies though. That's the thing. I'm not much of an action fan. I do like a little bit of anime here and there, but that's a little different. Let's see. You in there, and you never want the wind up to take more than 1/4 second. Well, 0, right now we're not working on timing at the moment, we're working on the frames. I don't think we'll be able to get to the timing, but I do understand what you're saying, yeah. And Legend of the Dragon Master is a great watch, but it'll hurt your brain. Let's see. Yeah, and I prefer the first 2 frames if I were doing 12 frames. This one at least is about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 10 frames. Right now we're focused on the first, about the first 4-ish. There's one I do for normal, because this first one isn't like my first one here. It's really, this one is supposed to be like this one here, and then the wind up and everything. So that's what we're on right now at the moment. And dirty that. Good, lovely. Okay, good. Let's see. Here, and it's okay. It's the future now. We can watch highlights. Very true, although they're really good. Let's see here. You here, and I look how that punch frame has the leg bent instead of straight. Which one to whack? You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific. The thing is, it's a little hard to bend them because we don't have knee space. For example, I consider this bent, but how would this be bent here? Would that be knee bent? It looks funny, doesn't it? This here, well, it starts off straight, right? So it'd be that there, and then this here. This is supposed to be a knee. So would it be more knee here, possibly, like that? That again, something feels off about it. Looks like a horse or a hoof or something. Let's see. That there, and then this here. It could also just be a thing of, might have to get up for a bit, reset my eyes, and come back to it, because that could be a thing too. Coming back with fresh eyes. So we'll work on this a little bit more. Ads about to start, so we'll let them do their thing. Keep working, I think, for maybe like another 20-ish minutes, and then we'll call it a day for now. I'll keep working on it and see where I can get. So since the ads are doing their thing, let me get some more coffee. The last of my coffee, truly. It's gonna be a little hot, which is unfortunate. Frame 4, red leg. Sure. Let's see. Frame 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one here, red leg. The one in the back must be bent. Or do you mean this one up here? Frame 4, that one there. That's the punch. So that would go to this one here. I do kind of bend it. I could bend it more, possibly like here. Oh no. Oh, it's so hard. The thing is, if it were straight, it would look like this. I tried to make it bent like this. Maybe it's just not bent enough though. Let me get some more coffee. Too hot. Very too hot. Never mind. Nope. That was too hot. I was not prepared for that. Okay, that's just water then. I guess water. Okay, and you know, since the legs are separate and bent, the body maybe could be 1 pixel down. The other thing is as well, this is the current body pose. This is the standing pose. It's already a little bit down to begin with. So that would be really going down from the, yeah, that's down already. And then when you go down, you go bounce up a little bit. But I can certainly try. Let's get some stretches in. So let's go to the right a little bit. Let's go to the left a little bit. Let's go back a little bit. Try not to break anything a little bit. We'll go to the front a little bit. And then we'll go to the right a little bit. Left a little bit. Front a little bit. And administrator rights, give me root access to your computer. It is hard to chat. Sure, here's the keys to the, what is it, city? Never. Oh boy, back. And side. Let's go down a little bit. And then let's go to the left a little bit and down a little bit. Okay, I feel all nice, loose, and limber now. How about you all? So let's see. Anything else we could possibly do a little bit more of before we end this? Yeah, it's almost 5, but I do want to see if we can do a smidge more. I never like leaving it unfinished. So if possible, I'd like to... Let's think as well. Not every study is going to be perfect. Not every study is going to result in success. It could take a good few tries. So at some point, I'm going to just have to accept what is current and accept my current possibilities and be grateful that I at least did something because this is the first time. And at the end of the day, that is better than this. So you know what? I'll take it. Oh boy, let's see here. But a little bit more of this. We'll try a little bit more. And then we can try going from there. As I'm having fun. I am enjoying myself. I feel like I have learned a lot, especially with twisting. And now it's perfect. Of course you think it's perfect. Welcome back from the ad break, though. We're gonna go a little bit longer, and then we'll be good to go. And study's just study, just trying things out. Yep, 100%. The thing is, I would eventually like to add this to my overall character pack. But for now, we're just doing, we're feeling it out. I can certainly say the first ever walk cycle study, I don't know if I can even find it, but it is not what my official walk cycle ended up being. But it was a thing of trying it out for the first time and then going from there. So yeah, study is just study. It's trying things out, doing a whole sandbox sort of feel. So let's see. Here, we have it back. This goes forward, and then we have it go here. Yeah, and Toak was suggesting more knee action. You know, the character also goes forward, but in the pre-punch, it should go backwards a little, gathering momentum. Forward in the... Hold on. Let's see here. We go... She goes forward, and then goes swing, punch. That's what we're dealing with right now. She goes forward. And in mine, I think I go forward. Forward, let's see, you there. We go down, forward. Yeah, right now, it does seem pretty accurate. We go forward. She's going forward. I don't know about too much of a down. And she stays still and the punch goes forward. Let's see. Punch goes forward. You there. She goes down more when the punch happens. She goes down further. I think mine is a pop back up. Yours goes forward in every frame. Let's see. You there. Hold on. You there. This one goes down. It goes down and then it goes forward and then it goes forward. And this one here, it is you there. We go forward again. Yeah, forward, and then forward. That one might just be down. Yeah, down on this one, I think. I think I see your point, Toak. Let's see. And forward should be the punch only. Well, in punch, there is no forward. This one goes down. Can you see? It goes down. Everything else is forward. So she starts up top and goes forward a little bit, and I can show you a little bit more too. If I do a new layer here, and I do this guy here for this pixel, the line that should not be crossed. Do about here, you can see forward, and then down. So forward, and then down from that guy there. Hopefully that's a little bit more helpful. Let's see, gonna go ahead and delete you here, and we can continue. So we'll save this guy, and then it's so subtle because your resolution's too low. 1 pixel is too much. You know, that is a fair point too, yeah. Let's see. Go here. Go you here. Down. Over. And then over. Let's see. Yeah. This truly might just take a little bit more time of just trying things out. I definitely am happy with this. This not so much, but that is what she's doing. At some point, just gotta accept that is the way of the law, where she goes down and this one gets extended. She goes forward, that goes back. In slow motion, it looks better. Let's see. Down, we have you here. She goes forward. Yeah, this stays the same. This also looks like it stays the same too. The power of a pixel. It really is! Copy that there, and then paste it here. You should be really looking like that there, I think. That. Oh, I see why you look a little funny. You don't have a line up there. Yeah, hold on. Maybe we can do something like that there. No, you still look like you're moving around, which is okay. And can you make the last frame longer to preview in the preview panel? Oh, I can try. Let's see. You here, speed up, slow down. You there. Oh, longer, right. Longer. About that there. We haven't added the, what is it? The after the punch so that it goes over. because I would like to do that. It go over and backwards, so longer, right? Longer. That would be something like this here. Something like that. And banana? No bananas here, I tell ya. Let's see. Go back here a little bit, and we'll go here, 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 and then that goes down. You go outwards, and then you go swoosh. Oh, it's not too bad of a swoosh. I think it might be this last one here. So when we do swoosh, it ends up being right beside her face, but in the front this time. So possibly another thing is too, right now that should be more so like that there. Could also be an issue as well. So maybe we can do something like that there. Make sure he has his neck in the right position there. This guy gets about here. Because remember, it kind of goes towards us. And the eggplant at a frame 4, don't do it so don't do it so down. It should be more straightforward. We tried straightforward earlier, Tolak. It didn't look as nice. So we're doing more bent, since the bent looked a little bit nicer. Let's see. Something like that. Though this guy here, and you aren't doing the frame timing. Yep. I thought later for now. Yep. Right now, we aren't doing the frame timing. I think this guy is the same. Yeah, 200. Yep. Oh no, hold on. This guy's now 200. Yep, we aren't doing the timing. And I'm so sorry. No worries. No worries whatsoever. Thank you. Yeah, I thought it was still the same 100 all around. So thank you for pointing that out. So let's see here. You here. The thing is, her hand does go, but it does go a little bit behind. So possibly what we can do is something like this here. Then maybe what we can do is have it come something like this here, where you can kind of see it come up a little bit. And then we would have a little bit of an arm maybe here, possibly about here-ish, maybe. There, that would go there, that would go there, maybe that there. Something like that. Though, I feel like this is pretty similar to this. Don't they feel pretty similar in the way, oh, hold on. They kind of loop, where this is here. It feels the same, though it could also just be a thing to do on shading. So, let's, and well, you do you. Oh, my suggestions, Raleigh. I do enjoy your suggestions, Stoak. They are handy, because I think it's that thing of, you never know until you try. So, I think, let's try coloring it in, see if that helps, and then we'll be good to go for now. So I'll go ahead, and I will, oh, hold on, save it. I'll go ahead and duplicate the sky, and let's see if just changing the colors helps at all. You never know until you try. Oh boy, let's see. If I do this here, so this is in darkness, so this goes back here. That's in darkness. This is also in darkness. That's still in darkness. And that's in darkness. This is in darkness. And that's in darkness. This is not in darkness. That's in lightness. That's in also, well, that could also be considered darkness still. And then that's good to go there. And then we have this here, which would be lightness. Maybe we could even do something like that there. And that there. Well, hold on. Do we even want to do some arm action for you there? That does feel a little wonky. I feel like that might work out a little bit better. So then we have you here, and this guy would go up. Oh, come on, fill you in. This guy would kind of go up a little bit here, possibly. It looks like a goose. It's okay, but man, I'm feeling goose. Let's see, you there, you there, you there. And then we have you here and here and here. There we go. That also might be a little bit more on underside. And, oh, who am I missing? Who's still not the right color? About there. Yeah. So I can certainly say changing the colors did not help. He still looks like a wobbly boy, but it's okay. Like, he's still my wobbly boy. So I think we'll call it for now. And I can certainly give this another try. Yeah, I definitely want to get better at this, but for a first try, I'll take it. I'll take it very much. I mean, he's just a little wiggly guy. So I'll go ahead and he's my wobbly boy, yeah! Let's see here. I'll go ahead and drag you up to here, and then let's see. Just looking at schedule timing, yeah, I think dungeons is what we'll cover next. So next week, we'll do dungeon tiles. I'll try to draw a chest and maybe dungeon doors and some spikes for dangerous dungeon things and shackles. That could be a lot of fun to do as a study. Anyways, do check, oh, hold on. Thank you. Oh, okay, yeah, right. Discord. Hold on, I remembered. Oh boy, let's see. Landing screen here. Right. Okay, so if you made some art you'd like to share, feel free to join the Discord. I should be able to do !discord. There we go. And just references in theory. A game theory. Let me move it to here. Once you join on the welcome page, you should be able to navigate down to character animations. And if I close this guy so you can't see it because I don't want to get spoiled. But you can see these are previous studies we've done before. And if you'd like to post some art for me to look at, you click this guy here and let me close my eyes and scroll all the way up. Okay, I think we're good. So let's take a look at art everyone has posted. Again, if you want to post some art for me to look at right now, you can post it here too. If it is of, oh, I'm a mage! Huh, look at that! That's adorable! I don't know if this can be considered attack, but I want to animate a spell. Oh, that's wonderful, Santa. Well, thank you, thank you. That's super cute too. I like the animation and everything and all the lights and stuff. Lovely job. That would be a fun study to do. To try and do some, what is it, magic animations? Very, no, terrible idea. Terrible, I say. We also have on here Ame and, ooh, explosion. Hold on. This looks like more magic. Ooh, interesting. I like the bright light. Though the light feels like it really hits you and makes it feel like it really did explode. So well done, well done. I like this one too. And the hair shading too. Ooh, interesting. I never know how to shade the hair. And oh, look at this. The wind-up punch. Interesting idea, Frost. Let me zoom in a little bit more. He's standing still in the wind-up. It definitely feels like the posing of the legs are a little bit better. I think maybe it's just the lighting on it, but I definitely see what you were going for. Yeah. So well done to you as well. So yeah, I see it too. The head twist. I think maybe I'm just more inclined to something that's super exaggerated and cartoonish. This one feels more on the realistic side, which I think is nice. And it is a straight, looks better. you know, I do, isn't a straight a jab? I was going for more of a, what is it? You know, I'm not a wrestling person, so I couldn't tell you it was the wide arm one. But well done. Alrighty then, let me go into this one here. Alrighty, with all of that said and done, if you are on Twitch's side of things, feel free to stick around. Only a wrestling person would say that. I'm gonna wrestle ya. You know, funny enough, hold on. Before we go, so we have this thing we do once a month at the start of every month called Draw Together, right? And I believe it was on the first month we've been doing Draw Togethers, which is where we draw on a big screen of just Pixelart, and every 20 minutes the theme changes. One theme I believe was wrestling. Now, I don't remember which Draw Together it was, but let me see if I can find it. Let's see. This here. Oh boy, I might have it saved in my just my other photos. I'm looking for it here. I think it's this. No. Where are we at? Is it the next one? You see it? It's a little hard to see because I can't zoom in. Well, clearly this is an imposter getting suplexed. Couldn't be me. Oh boy. I'll go on the next one just to draw you as Banana Queen. Never say. Let me go back to this guy here. So if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I'd love to see if we can find someone to raid. It's always fun raiding someone new if we can. We can always go with the live rules if they're also if they're also online as well. But if you're on YouTube side of things, that'll be it for me. As next week we'll be playing more. We'll be doing dungeon tile studies to see about pixel art, and then we'll also be working more on my game, which is adding Ghost into my game. It's a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as a necromancer, so we're adding Ghost into the game as enemies you have to banish. With all that said and done, though, I hope you enjoyed. I hope to see you next week. I hope you have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or night. I hope to see you all soon. Bye-bye.